Kind of figured it out. Remember yesterday or whatever day, Tuesday, when I was like, I can just click a button and it'll go live on YouTube. Yeah, I was wrong. Sometimes it doesn't. So anyway, I know that people watch there, so I like to make sure it's working before I get started. And Darla will let me know if it's not. So let me scroll up and say hi. Sorry for a slight delay getting to the part of the day where I'm live. Shayna, welcome. Hello. Sofluff, welcome. Good day. Not in Getty, hello. Not in Getty, that is 40 check-ins. That's a Cookie Club entry. We're going to do our Cookie Club drawing later today. I forget if I put that in the title. I think it is. Odie, welcome in. Nice to have you. Hey, check-in number 143. Is that a thing? Do y'all do that? Is that a thing that y'all do? That was like when I was growing up. 143, man, I love you. It's a nice number. It's a good number. Then we had some ads. Fudge Darling, welcome. Good day. Hello. Hello. And then the ads ended. Menu today is focaccia, chicken pesto, Havarti, and caramelized onion. Should get the onion caramelized. Should do that first. Really should do that first. Take me through the gate. Welcome in, Kathy. Good to have you. Lemon, hello. Welcome in. Hello. I hope your pickles turned out well, although not that you'd know right now, given that they have to sit for a while. But I hope they turned out well. I hope they do turn out well. Happy pickle Thursday. Fudge Darling, your focaccia is prepped. Amazing. My focaccia is also prepped. It is in the fridge. It looks good. Let's see. Where was that initial? Yeah. It rose and then it fell a little bit between yesterday and today. Yesterday it was definitely like touching the top here. And so it fell just a little bit, and that's okay because we're gonna like press it down. But my focaccia is prepped. Focaccia is ready to go. Cyborg, welcome. I see all of your Cookie Club entries. It's a new month. Get them in. We're gonna do our Cookie Club drawing this afternoon. Names are ready. Bowl is prepped. Names are clipped. Ready to go. Who's knows? Welcome. Welcome in. 2 entries. A 2-entry month is a good month. Good luck. Oh, I'm glad that you wore your. I'm glad that it's nice. It's nice to see you're getting some mileage out of it. I really enjoy that shirt, and I really think the quality of it is good. Just as like a physical shirt, it's like a good quality shirt. But I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing good. I'm trying to settle. I'm trying to settle into my own rhythm this season. It's coming along okay, I guess. Kathy, is that a Ginger remote? It is. No. Yes, it is. I thought that said global. I continue to be amazed and just in awe of like the community stuff that she does. Who's knows ahead to watch 6 TED Talks are part of a training? I feel like it's a torture tactic. I bet. Was it one of those situations? Was it a corporate training? Or was it just a like, here, watch this YouTube? The corporate trainings are always like, you have to click something every like 30 seconds, or you have to like move or slide the screen. You have to continue focusing and interacting for it to like keep going. You can't just be like, click and zoned. It's bad. The last corporate training I took, I was like, this is absolute torture. But I hope they were at least mildly interesting. Gone for almost all of March. That's a lot of travel. That is a lot of travel. Amazing supporters. Totally. And I just feel like it's a good I like folks I appreciate folks that keep like a regular schedule and it's like that Thursday is giveaway day or like Wednesday is canning day. Like whatever. It's like this is my schedule. I'm trying to get into that myself. I'm trying to get not into specific like this is the theme of the day, but just like I'm sort of settling into like Tuesdays and Thursdays a little bit longer streams, like 5 or 6 hour streams, as opposed to trying to do like a bunch of like small, I don't know, shorter like just making dinner and sort of being frantic about it streams. So I don't know. Any sort of regularity like that I appreciate. We're committed to DEI and I'll watch these TED Talks. At least you're getting something. Baker, welcome in. Welcome. He says, I'm a 9-month subscriber there and I never actually paid for a sub. It is. It is. I feel like I always have I feel like I always have a sub there. There's some folks that I enjoy in like the lurk capacity, just like your daytime. I really enjoy your daytime streamers that you can just like have on during the day when you're going about your day. And I feel like I appreciate those folks that have schedules and just like fun, chatty folks that I don't have to actually chat. Because I'm probably not going to. I like streams where there is a constant patter of either someone reading chat or saying what they're doing or like whatever. Because I think if I'm not physically watching the stream, if like a minute or two goes by where it's nothing but like lo-fi background music, it's not as interesting to me. I don't do a lot of like study streams or like work with me or co-working streams for that reason. I just turn on my own lo-fi music. Boris, welcome. Clapping cheeks. Stream's going well. Welcome in. Stream's going well. We just started. I'm making some coffee. It's sort of like a thing that happens regularly as I just get started in the stream. I like to do a little bit of on these particular streams where I don't have a clear. I haven't written out like the clear schedule or whatever yet. When I do just like this is dinner, let's go. I've usually got a like checklist of things. Today I've got a sort of checklist of things. Fellows, hello, welcome. I've got a sort of checklist of things. I need to caramelize some onions. Like, first things first, I want to caramelize some onions and make some coffee. Opposite order of that, sorry. I want to make some coffee and then caramelize some onions. And I'm going to do those kind of roughly at the same time. I'm just getting sort of both things set up at the moment. But here's the plan today. Also, happy Thursday, April 4th, 2025 for all who celebrate. I appreciate y'all hanging out. Welcome. We're just getting started. And yeah. I hope y'all have had like a good day in whatever day. I hope you've had the day you've needed so far. I had an interesting one. I meant to get a lot of like computer stuff done and I didn't like at all, but it was fine. I ended up talking to my mom on the phone for like an hour today, which is a lot. And I mean, not a lot in like a not like oh it was a lot in like a bad way. It was just like a lot of time. And in that time, I she'd call me like right while I was starting to do some like focused sit down work, and it derailed me completely. But I went to the store and I went to the store. I picked up a prescription. I got ice to make ice cream, so I don't have to send Calvin to the store. So I was organized. I like made while I was on the phone. I did some of those things. So otherwise, it was a good day, and I felt sort of productive, but in a way that I was not expecting to. Have the day you deserve. Yes. Whose knows? Uh, that is that's funny. That's Patrick Richards, friend of the stream, Patrick Richards. Uh, always says that on stream. Have the day you deserve. And I can get behind that statement. If have the day you deserve feels either really passive aggressive or really genuine, depending on like how you say it. Yeah, have the day you deserve. Have the day you deserve. See the difference? Uh, and deploying one in a situation where it wouldn't make sense would be really off-putting and confusing to other people. Prince of Egypt. Hello. Whose knows? Onions? Philly cheesesteaks? Whose knows? We're not making Philly cheesesteaks today. We're not doing Philly cheesesteaks today. I don't know when we'll do Philly cheesesteaks again, but Gwen told me it was the best cheesesteak she'd ever had, so like I'll make them again because like woo, words of praise. Prince of Egypt, this looks sunny. Are you from Australia? I'm not. I am not. Can you guess where I'm from? I'll give you a hint. It's Philadelphia in the United States. Jonas, hello. Garlic bread. I love garlic bread. What's your favorite kind of garlic bread? Is it like Texas toast garlic bread? Do you like real garlic on it? Do you like Parmesan cheese, like shaky cheese? Tell me the situation. Tell me your garlic, your best case scenario garlic bread. Prescriptions. Do you need medicine? Yes. It's because I'm so sick. Are the kids still saying that? Uh, with all due respect. I don't know what kind of respect is due. My eyes are brown and green. My eyes are green. That's true. I will kill someone on this hill as opposed to I'll die on this hill. Yeah. There's a big difference there. One of those feels threatening, and the other one feels, I don't know, pacifist in some weird capacity. Mm. So one of my son's friends at school, Prince of Egypt, likes to compliment me in weird ways that children do. And one time he was like, "Mr. Lou, you got eyelashes." And I was like, "Thanks. You're 9." It's an odd observation to have about somebody, but thanks, friend. If I could choose eye color, what eye color would I have? I don't personally care because I don't look at my eyes. If I could choose, I would prefer not to change them from whatever they are. I think they're green. Jonas garlic bread is as complex as you want it to be. What's your garlic bread? One of us is about to die on this hill, but it ain't gonna be me. And how many of you are on the hill? Context, whose knows, right? Fellow says, I kind of hate it when people say have a blessed day. Every time someone says it to me, it just sounds and feels so fake. If that makes sense. It does. It implies something about a belief system that someone may or may not have, and so it's a weird thing to say to somebody. It can feel weird if you're not part of one of the groups that has blessings on blessings on blessings. You know, Those folks. What is that from? I don't even remember. All right. So I'm getting the coffee out of the way first. What's the agenda for today? That was not rhetorical. I was kind of asking myself. Have I seen Snow White? I have not. I have not. The last movie I saw in the theater was Wicked. And before that, it was Barbie. And before that, honestly, I have no idea. I go to the movies like once a year. My partner Gwen is the movie fan in the house. She's the one who does most of the movie taking. She and Calvin go to the movies, they get snacks, they have a good time, and I stay home and enjoy a quiet, peaceful house without any noise. Usually when they go to the movies, I don't put anything on. I don't put music on. I don't watch Twitch. I quite literally just like allow silence to sink in for a while. And that's relaxing to me. The new Snow White is a mess and a half. Dare I have not seen it. Dare I ask why? Save yourself the money. No problem. I had no intention of seeing it. I need to see Minecraft. Is that supposed to be good, or are we like, do we think Minecraft is going to be good? I'll be very upfront that I'm not going to see Minecraft either. Gwen and Calvin will very likely see Minecraft whenever it comes out. Is it out? I don't even know. Avo, hello, pour over indeed. Yeah, yes to the pour over. We're doing the coffee refill. Coffee tasted like oolong. How? Were you using like the same filter or like a tea ball or something? Not a fan of remakes, so fluff. No. I think they're lazy. Silence is golden. Yeah. It is. Snow White isn't Snow White. Hopefully Snow White is a more empowered human and charts her own course in the world. Silence gives me anxiety. Whose nose says I enjoy silence. Silence gives me anxiety when there shouldn't be silence or when I'm not expecting it. Or in the case of if it's just Calvin at home, if it's going on for too long. Otherwise, I'm good. I'm not confident in Minecraft being good for grown people. No, of course not. What help could it be? It's not meant for us. Avo says use my AeroPress. I love an AeroPress. Hello, welcome in, Bloodwind Reaver. Friends, thank you for joining us. And Sofa, thank you for the shout out. I appreciate it. Friends who just joined us, welcome in. We were talking about multiple things. Friends who just joined us, do you have a favorite type of garlic bread topping? How's that for a question? If you'd like to chat. If you don't want to chat, that's fine too. It's a very lurker friendly channel. We are happy to have folks join and lurk. Follows are silent. There's no alerts. There's no chimes, and I'm not going to be like, hey, so and so, thanks for the follow. What are you doing here? We don't do that. If you say hi in chat, I'll say hi to you. Nightmare Samus, hello, welcome in. Dude and Mesa, hello and welcome in. This is typically a food and drink stream. I'm usually making vegetable forward family meals for myself, my partner, and our son. I also do IRL streams out and about in the world. Philadelphia is where I'm from, East Coast, United States. So often IRL streams are in Philly, but we do go to other cities too, and other locations as I feel like. Welcome in. Happy to have you. And what were your welcome in. Thanks for bringing friends through, Bloodwind River. Appreciate you. We were chatting about Disney movies. We were chatting about being alone. We were chatting a little bit about coffee. So I'm going to catch up on that in a moment. It comes out tomorrow. Minecraft is like out this weekend. Okay. All right. I will have to tell Gwen and Calvin, although he doesn't really play Minecraft. He plays Roblox, now that I think about it. He might not even be interested in the Minecraft movie. Take Me Through the Gate says, I've only seen one Disney animated to live, and that was Beauty and the Beast, which I actually enjoyed. Okay. Real talk though, Beauty and the Beast was my favorite movie as a kid. It was one of the only VHS tapes we had in the house after cable or after our antenna went away and we didn't have any TV channels. Anyway, I really love the animated movie Beauty and the Beast. The live action Beauty and the Beast, perfection. Just amazing. It was so good. And the additional songs in there were great. It was amazing. I love it. Callback. I will die on this hill. It was great. I'm glad that you liked it too, Kathy. Velos, yeah, apparently folks are. I'm not. I don't know if I want to wade into that, but like, I just don't like remakes anyway. Silence is not my jam. I can't even handle libraries. Man. You would not enjoy the quiet car on Amtrak. I don't enjoy the quiet car on Amtrak. It's too much. Oh, they reimagined the dwarves too. Interesting. Yeah, that's... I've not even seen a preview for it, so I'm out of pocket on this one. I thought Emma Watson made a great bell. Emma Watson made a great bell. She was great. It just it just continues to highlight all the ridiculousness of like, I don't know, like, oh, she reads, what a weirdo. Like this is why, I don't know. This is why we are the way we are. Mix, welcome in. Anyway, you should encourage your children to read. And become literate humans in the world and responsible, educated citizens. Okay, coffee's done. Whoa, education! I know, right? Like, how is there a bookstore in the town where everyone hated the only person who went there? Oh, right. Because, again, get radical. I know. Let's. It was ridiculous. That movie was fine. That movie, it's good if you can like keep yourself from getting angry. It's great. Rose-shaped cookies. Ooh. Could always do like chocolate roses. Some sort of, I was gonna say like chocolate. Now I'm thinking of icing roses, like icing on a cake is different than chocolate roses. All right, coffee's there. The bottle for the coffee is in the sink, dirty. We'll get to that when we get to a break in a little bit. And what do they want to do? Caramelize the onions. That was the first thing. Okay, let me actually like consider what I'm doing today. That's first. I mean, I considered it before I started stream, just to be clear. I am not flying by the seat of my pants here. But we're doing a couple things. Who's says, I don't mind Disney movies, but I could not care less about the princesses growing up. I wanted to be Dorothy. Could not care less about the princesses when you were growing up. I wanted to be Dorothy. Yes. Dorothy was like the leader too. Dorothy had like she like gained confidence and leadership skills throughout the movie and the story. Much more stronger lesson to take. Today we're making focaccia bread. That's going to be for dinner. What do I need to do for that? 9 by 13 pan, oiled with parchment paper on the bottom. Okay. That has to be baked at 425. That gets baked for 30 minutes. And then it has to rest for 10. So 45 minutes on the focaccia in the oven. Then 45 minutes total for the focaccia. So I want to eat maybe, I want to have that ready by 1900. So I need to put that, I need to be starting to do the focaccia at 1800. It'll take me a little bit to get into the pan. Okay. So I have 2 hours to caramelize onions. Good. So we are going to start with that. Okay. We're going to do the focaccia. That'll be last. Before we do focaccia, I need to prep the stuff for it. So caramelized onion, cheese, and chicken. The pesto's ready. We're going to use leftover pesto from last week. I want to make a red sauce, which is super easy, super simple red sauce, like in a pan, or in like a little saucepan. We'll just do some tomato paste, onion, garlic, cook those down, add a can of crushed tomatoes to that, and maybe a little bit of stock or water or something, if we need to thin it out. That'll just be for dipping the focaccia in. So I'm going to prep all the stuff. We'll make the sauce. Then we're going to do ice cream today. So I made a batch of ice cream base. I need to do the filling, which we're going to do the cantaloupe again. But I made a batch of ice cream base earlier today. I put it in the fridge maybe 2 hours ago. And I did that because I didn't want to do it on stream. I did last time. I did the ice cream base on stream, and I feel like I just wanted it to be in the fridge maybe for a little longer. So we're gonna do, I already made it, I'm sorry, but I forget who it was. Maybe it was Baker, maybe it was Ninja. Someone in chat last time was telling me about the container and about putting it in the putting the liquid in the container before the ice, I believe. So I'm gonna ask later, but I didn't do that at the time. It was advice I couldn't follow. And then at the end, they were like, "Oh, you got to put it in a different type of container, and not a metal one because it freezes too quickly on the sides." Which, like, yes, it did. Like, that was accurate. So we're gonna try to do those two things differently today, in addition to putting the cream base in the fridge for longer. So. Baker, yeah, and I was like, at the time, I couldn't take that advice in the moment. So, you know, it's like trying to teach someone who's drowning how to swim. Like, I'm like literally taking this thing out of the, you know, I'm like ready to pour it in there, and they're like, well, if you don't do that, you know, if you do it that way, it's gonna mess it up. I'm like, I'm literally in the middle of it. Like, I'm not gonna, I can't stop. So today, if Ninja comes back, we'll ask. Or if anyone who knows how to make ice cream in chat wants to like chime in, feel free. I'll ask again. Master Splits, hello, welcome. Robbie, welcome in. Drink more, cook less. It's good to see you. Uh, oh, Velos, because they're not wars. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, it's like you're disenfranchising one of the main one of the main characters, group of characters in the movie. Baker, yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like had some knowledge. Knowledge I was not I was in that moment, I was not available to receive backseat cooking. Which I don't know, maybe some of y'all picked up on. But I was just like, no, we're not gonna. Anytime someone says something in chat, I'm just like, yeah, we're not gonna do that right now. It's like, yeah, I'm really not gonna do that right right now. Like, thanks for the suggestion, but shit's moving. Kathy, you have the attachment. Freeze the bowl, mix the ingredients. The recipe that I have for ice cream, I need to cut onions right now while I'm like bloviating here. Let me actually cut some onions. The recipe I have assumes that you have an ice cream bowl like that. And so it has the note about it to like freeze the bowl 24 hours in advance, like you shouldn't hear any sloshing, blah blah blah. It's kind of funny. It's a catch-22. If you make the people small, people are going to be. If you make the people small, people are going to be upset, and if you make them too large, people are going to be upset. Isn't it live action? Aren't there literal people who could fill these roles? Right? Like real, literal human beings who meet the criteria to play these roles. That's weird. That is a weird one. Okay. Ice cream mix? Gosh, god damn, it's like 22 degrees here today. That's so wild to me. I mean, it's wild. Like, I know that like SoFluff yesterday or recently had posted something about it's still like it's snowing. I think this was like 2 days ago. And I'm like, meanwhile, today I was outside, I was walking in the city in a t-shirt and I was sweating. So, and in the Midwestern part of the United States, there's just a giant storm and water and floods everywhere. So, take your pick. All right, I'm cutting these relatively thin. I've got 2 onions here, and I realized I think I picked up 2 different onions. One of these is a yellow onion, which I believe is this one, and one of these is a sweet onion. I'm gonna use a sweet onion. I'm gonna caramelize these. Okay. I'm gonna also, I want to, I need to start a stock bag again. It's been a while since I've like maintained a stock bag, and I now have like some bones in there. So I should start putting some onions and other ends and such in there. Fellas, if it comes to one of the streaming services, is my exact movie watching strategy at the moment. I don't know. I've never really been a movie person. Like I don't go to I've never really like gone to the movies. It snowed again last night, so Fluff says. Yeah, see, it's 74 in Central Jersey, Kathy. That is 74 is 23, I believe, in Celsius. Nick says it's actively snowing where they are. Oh my god, that's it's steamy in Philly here. Right, who knows? They used real people for those roles in 1939. Yes. they could have done better is just like the slogan of our times. Oh, so Fluff, I hope you're okay. Oh, ice falling is unforgiving. Jane, welcome in. Jane, good to see you. Hope you're having a good one. Where was I was I was lurking in your stream last week? Maybe I'm like asking as if you know. I anyway. Can so far for one of the someone are you is someone available can you give a shout out to Jane. Jane is a fellow food and drink streamer and one of the first folks I encountered on Twitch in food and drink and was like, oh, there's people doing this stuff on the internet. That's cool. Uh, and is also like a genuinely kind person. A nice lady, I believe, is the club, which is like the best name of the club. Best name of the club. Anyway, 23, Mick says, yeah, 23. Yeah, Velos, the pandemic, all of that. Like streaming, I never got a lot out of going to the movies. I just didn't. And I still don't. I don't know. I don't. So, Phil, thank you for the shout out. I appreciate you. I don't usually ask. So I was like, this is a weird one. I don't usually say that out loud. Usually, I don't know. Tatsu, welcome in. Good after day. Hello, good day. Ask away. Well, fair. I often it happens. Often I've looked up and it's happened. So that was. I just wanted to. Yes. Uh, good after today. Yeah, after today we're gonna be all right. Whew. I cut my hand on that potato last week, and now I've got like pinkies up in the kitchen. I'm like ready, ready to, not ready. I'm ready to get hurt again. That was weird out of context, and also not true. And that was awkward. Let's move along. Amber, hello. Didn't I say that I used to be an actor before? I did not. I used to do technical theater. I did not do acting. I enjoyed the technology and the lights and sound, and I wasn't all that good at it, like TBH. But that's why I became a streamer. Anyway, that just wasn't the career for me. I just also liked wearing all black, like if we're being fully honest. It's your show. It is. It's what they say about every circus. Uh, okay, job number 2 tonight, and I need to eat in between. Good luck. Today's a 2-dayer, or today's a 2-shifter. Hubert Chicago on YouTube. Welcome in. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to you too. Hope you're having a good one. It's afternoon for me too. Yeah, behind the scenes, exactly. Freezing my onions for 30 minutes before slicing. They're so much easier to cut without tears. That does work. Where did I put that scrap bag? There it is. I do know that works. I have not learned any lessons ever. I appreciate that it worked for you, though. And if you can remember to do that, keep it up, right? Because that's I just have these onions here. Although these onions, I'm feeling emboldened. I'm like, these onions are not doing that for me, which is great. I'll randomly bring up your readiness to get hurt at some point in the future. I mean, listen. We can clip that out of context if you want and just use it for anything. Wearing all black is a vibe. Wearing all black is a definite choice. Oh. Definitely a choice. I prefer it because it's easier. Waka Waka, welcome in. Hello. Would you ever act or do voice acting? Voice acting, yes. Would I ever act? Like, I don't know. Maybe, but like it's never come up. No one's ever been like, hey, you know what role you'd be perfect for that we're gonna pay you for? Never happened. So we'll take it. I would definitely do voice whatever. If someone wanted to pay me to talk into a microphone, like, okay, cool. Let's do it. Val phrasing that afraid that freezing would destroy the structure of the onions. Totally. Like the yeah. If you freeze them too much, like when you can't freeze onions. Like when you freeze onions and then you pull them back out, like you can't use them for stir fry. They're not going to be crisp. You can use them for stock or other stuff, but yeah, yeah. Uh, fit check. Okay, let me show you what the fit is today. What's back here? Oh, maybe you'll get a view of Daisy back here. She's back here on the bench. I'm gonna let this butter melt. All right, wait. How do I do this? What am I wearing? There we go. Yeah. This is what I'm wearing today. Crocs. They're pink. They have a bunch of gibbets. My normal black shorts.
Does this black match?
And a black t-shirt. And a hat. It's from Ape and Bird. It has a pen holder. And it's my favorite. They're my favorite brand of hat. All right. We did it. Hey, hat! We got a hat command. See? I did admin work this year. Quick 30 minutes for the onions, and usually they're around 15. Yeah, I mean, if it works. And if they're in there for not like that long, they're not going to freeze solid, right? Oh God, it is good. All things considered. Uh, it's generally things like I don't know. I had a decent enough day. That's how it's going. It's just what's I'm not sure what your question is. For will I forever hold my peace? I try to hold my peace, and I try to keep the peace of others held as well. No, so yeah, you got the northern part of those storms, right? Those are some crazy stuff. We saw the bottom of the Crocs on your feet. See, yes, someone knows how to push the buttons. Gee, Daddy athletic shorts. I have these on. Mix. I have these shorts on like every day. Not always the same ones. I've got several pairs. But these are by far my favorite like piece of clothing that I've ever owned. And it's really not close. Aside from all of my own Eat It Dad's merch, command merch in the channel. Okay, we're just gonna put these onions on. We're gonna put them on low. We'll put the camera on them, and uh, then we'll recalibrate because I'm not sure what exactly comes next because I didn't think about it in those terms today. I just thought about the holistic list of things that need to get done. Okay. Um, Fellas, the house blew up. Holy shit. Okay, that's intense. That's extremely intense. Have you ever been near like a gas leak or a gas like fire? They're wild because they don't really stop. They're just like insane. Did anyone clip it, Tatsu? Maybe. I might later. I usually watch my own streams and clip them. I don't know, clips of me doing things. Always says, I feel like Food and Drink has a disproportionate amount of people from Michigan. Is that true? It might be. Running gag. Okay. And then you get the piece. That's the piece emote. Tatsu, the onion goes pre-cooked into the focaccia. Yes, I'm going to caramelize the onion. I'm going to slow cook the onion until I'm ready to top the focaccia, and then I'll just take it out of the pan that it's in. I don't have like a specific time or texture or whatever. I loosely using the word caramelize, but I really just want to slow cook the onion until it's time. Philly cheesesteak. Got it. Got it. I can appreciate that. Carry on. I'd love to read. I would love to narrate audiobooks. That'd be an amazing job. Nice. Oh, so that's intense. I didn't realize Michigan got hit that hard. I thought it was much farther south. There it is. Merch. It's here. Yeah. I could make Hoochie Daddy shorts for the merch shop. Could I do that? I use Fourth Wall for merch, and listen. Depending on their comfort and whether or not they have pockets, I might actually wear them. Guess I showed her, Mick says. Yeah, there was a time where men's shorts were just like, oh, everyone's were short, and it wasn't a thing. And then at some point, someone was like, nah, you can't do that. That's devious or something. I don't know. I am topping the focaccia. Whose knows? Don't get it twisted. Sarah, welcome in. Ontario got whammed too? Okay. Meanwhile, it's 22 degrees and humid in Philly. Wild. Property of Dadbot? Okay. That's funny and clever. Gibbets. Oh man, I'd love gibbets. I do. Yeah, happy Thursday, Junior Baker. So fluff. All. Happy Friday, Junior. Oh my god. Okay. I need to take a quick break. I need to load the dishwasher and wash that bowl that's over there because I need it soon. Maybe not that soon. We're gonna take a quick words on stream break. When we come back, I'm gonna recalibrate and like figure out exactly what comes next, like task. And then we'll execute on those tasks. Anyway, we're also going to do a Cookie Club drawing today. So if your name is in the channel on Discord, that is entry tracking, your name is in the bowl and will be a potential winner in today's Cookie Club drawing. We're going to start a Game Awards on stream here. Maybe it comes. Yes. Okay, here comes Words on Stream. Here comes an ad. We'll be right back. It's 3 minutes long. You can subscribe if you don't want to watch it, or you can go to YouTube. Okay, bye.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Let's stir these onions. Stir the onions. I always forget if I'm supposed to salt these or not. I'm pretty sure you are, but I also am Like, hey, doesn't salt, like, bleach all the water out of them? I don't remember. I never remember. I make them differently every time, and to my own detriment. Yeah. Okay. I have to load up everything most of the stuff in the sink goes in the dishwasher right now. So that's fortunate. What the hell sound was that just came from my phone? That was weird. I think it was something with the chat. Anyway. You know, I might not even get all this stuff in the dishwasher. Because there's all this stuff to go in the recycling first. Damn it. Usually I manage the dishes during the day. Hey! Very nice. Alright, definitely have time for one more. If not more. But we'll see. Oh, shoot. I was supposed to go to the post office today. I did not. It's okay. Maybe if I forget again tomorrow, we can switch it to next week. Fantastic. All right, about 30 seconds left on this ad, and then we're gonna go back. Jackie and Blue Alert. Thanks for hanging out. All right. Well, I did not get the dishwasher loaded, nor did I get this bowl locked. But I guess that's okay. All right. If you're hanging out on Twitch, thanks for the patience. Should be back with an ad break now. Nobody likes them. But we do get to play Words and Stream during the ad breaks, and I get to, like, do some dishes, usually, which is helpful for me. Last guesses. Last guesses. Get your guesses into chat. 3, 2, 1. Game is over. Dee. All right. Very nice. The first game was pretty solid. Went for it, and got in early. Good stuff. Slinko, welcome in. This game is impossible on mobile. Yeah, it's it's not if you have the eyes of like 15-year-olds, maybe. I do not. Therefore, I agree with you. Okay, let's actually discuss the rest of the stuff today. Like, just prep stuff. I'm gonna toss a little bit of salt on these onions because I feel like with like cooked onions, if you oversalt them, they let off like a bunch of water, and then if you don't salt them, they're bland. So just added like a pinch of salt, and we'll try one of those a little later and see how it's coming along. And if we need to salt a little more, then I will at that time. All right, but these are good. I'm cooking these on low, like pretty low. So they will be moving slowly. All right, next things. Let's talk through what I actually want to do. Twinderella, welcome in. Part of the time on the Chromebook. Yeah. And usually after I've typed my answer in chat, someone else has typed it. So it happens. Didn't notice the shorts. Yes, these are we've got the shorts today. Have I not been wearing shorts for a while? I feel like I wear shorts all the time, but I guess maybe I guess for streams I haven't been. Oh, a little cabin feverish. It's possible. It's been a hot minute. I mean, hey, it has been a long winter. The longer shorts. I don't see, but mixed. The thing is, I don't have longer shorts. I only wear these. If I'm wearing shorts, it's these. And these pair. It's not this pair specifically. Again, I have like 5 pairs of them. But it's the same exact brand, color, style, all of that. But pants, I do wear. I think what I've been doing is, because I wear these are like my shorts around the house. Actually, if you lay them on top of each other, they're not the same. Maybe I've just pulled them up today. I don't know. I don't like the overly long shorts look on guys. No, I don't either. I feel like if I can't, I also have these a little higher today. They're around my like natural waist as opposed to like lower. Something about this exact pair. These are old. These are the old ones. These have like a hole in the back. Otherwise, my thighs rub together and drive me crazy, so I prefer longer shorts. Valid. Listen, I like these because they have like an athletic liner, and so they're just like comfortable. They're gym shorts. They're gym shorts. I walk constantly. Like constantly. That's why. Nothing else is toned. Okay, so we made coffee. We're caramelizing the onion. I have to make. I'm gonna cut the cheese. I'm really just not. I'm not. I'm getting myself in. Whatever. I have to cut the cheese today. Cut the cheese. Shred the chicken. I want to cut onion for the sauce. So let's do that now while I have the onion here. Onion, garlic, cheese, chicken needs to get prepped. That's what we do next. Onion, garlic, cheese, chicken. Then we make the sauce. So we do prep, then we make the sauce. Then we get into the then we cut the cantaloupe and do the cantaloupe for the ice cream. Because I want the cantaloupe to cool for just a little bit too. Right. Then we'll make the sauce. Let me move this up. Then we'll make the sauce. Then we'll make the focaccia. Then we'll make the ice cream. So while the focaccia is cooking, we'll make the ice cream. We're not going to get to eat and see the ice cream today. Just like, again, letting you know, because it needs to cool for a while. I forget the best way to cool it, but it does need to cool for like a little while. So we're not going to get to it today. I did confirm that I'm making the ice cream for someone else, and I confirmed that they'll be where I think they're going to be on Saturday. So we've got like the green lights. We're going to make the ice cream today. Once we're finished with the ice cream, the focaccia should be finished and out of the oven. We'll combine that with the sauce, and then we'll try it. Hopefully it's good. Who's Nurse says, I have not had a pair of pants or shorts that have not been ruined by my thighs. I get my jeans. My jeans get this, it like wears off right in the crotch, like right in the middle. It's the same spot every single pair of jeans every time. It takes like a year. So I know how old the jeans are by how like threadbare that little patch is, like right exactly right there. I feel you. Sauce for the focaccia. Tatsu, yeah, I'm just gonna it's just like a red sauce that I put in like a little ramekin, and you can dip the focaccia in if you want to. It's just like something nice, so you're not just eating like a piece of bread. There's also like a liquidy component to it, for lack of a better term. How is there no fart noise? I don't know. I just never put one in because I'm not personally a fan. I don't know, it would be offensive if we had one. But yeah, it would be a time limited occurrence limited command. So flush. So flush. We already have several sound commands that have been created via that method. I am looking at you, Daddy Sorry / Corn. Oh, I feel it. I feel it coming. Broccoli, welcome in. Nice to have you. No, I'm not a fart. I'm not a fart guy. Tidy Whities, hello.
Daddy?
There
Sorry.
it is.
Daddy? Sorry.
There it is.
Daddy?
Yep.
Sorry. Daddy? Sorry. Daddy? Sorry. Daddy? Daddy? Sorry. I'm sorry. Daddy?
Oh my God. Tatsu, are you saying? Hold on. Let me Tatsu. Let me ask you directly this. Then, when you say limited time commands, are you saying limited time commands or limited time command? How, like, what is the context of what you're saying would be popular? Because I immediately was like, have a redeem that you could redeem for a set number of points, and then for like 5 minutes it unlocks like a sound that like it unlocks like the fart command, and there's like 25 different farts, and for 5 minutes like that command is just available. Is that what you're talking about, or are you talking about like this command will only be available for like 3 days? Get it in while you can. Limited time only. Either way, I really like that idea. Commands only available for a limited time, say 10 days, and then they're gone. I like both of those things. It's a good idea. Thanks. Yoink. I'm writing it down on my card of things from stream to remember, which includes people's check-ins, etc. Like the goodbye command, only 5 minutes of farts. Jesus, mix. Can you imagine? I mean, yes, we just went through that exercise of imagining. Broccoli, these onions, French onion soup, I have not made in like 2 or 3 years, but it's so satisfying to make. It's like what happens when you take like 6 pounds of onions? Wait, I've got garlic out on the counter, don't I? Yes, I do. What happens when you take like 6 pounds of onions and just reduce them down to nothing, to like a quart? That and they oh man, it's so good. What I'm doing for this focaccia, so I made a sandwich over the weekend. It's my favorite. I would say it's my favorite sandwich to make. It is a pesto chicken thigh sandwich with Havarti cheese and caramelized onion on like a brioche or Kaiser, I don't know, 2 pieces of white bread. Who cares? Whatever. Just put it between bread. Anyway, I'm making a focaccia today that is just as a topping instead of a filling. And one of the best parts of that is caramelized onion. Alley Cat, welcome in. You've landed. Who's knows to set up the farts to play a song, and whoever gets the song right gets a Cookie Club entry. Oh my god. Oh god. Horrendous. There's a YouTube video for that, guaranteed. Oh, Mix, so satisfying. Reorganizing a notebook and like retaking notes into a more organized fashion. Oh my god, so satisfying. I'm kind of jealous / like glad that I have not also discovered this rabbit hole in my own life at the moment. Now though, I'm of course thinking about it. Make it available only when you cook cruciferous vegetables. Could be. That could be a good one. I immediately went to the, like, we should have a Cookie Monster. Should have the Cookie Monster sound when it's like cookie day. Brussels puffs. Brussels puffs. Brocco farts. Oh my god. Is this a fart challenge? No, but we've descended. We've just descended. How would you like to be made edible? Whoa, that feels like that's like, that could be, I know it's not, but that's like, if you were saying it to anyone else, that could be a threat, but like, broccoli is clearly in the queue. Yeah, I'll die on that hill. How'd you like to be made edible? Fudge Darling, yeah, that's the one. C is for cookie. Exactly. Shorthand coding. Oh, I love it. I was worried that I forgot it. I not fear, but occasionally I'll go back in my own notebooks and be like, I can't read that. That's not a thing that is legible. It takes me a while. Sometimes I'll have to cross-reference it with like the way I write other letters in nearby words. Liz, welcome in. Good to have you. Oh, I hope you're doing well. I feel like handwriting is a weird thing. When you can't read your own handwriting, then you're like, I should improve, and I will not. It's either a cannibal or a pickup line. There's a fine line between those two things. Is there? No. It's a statement requiring... Oh. What would you like to be made edible? A statement requiring extremely specific circumstances, not to sound like a threat or a crime. Yeah, yes. Exactly. Exactly. Fudge Drawing says, does your handwriting change with your mood? Mine does, yes. Not with my mood. Does it change with my mood? It changes, yes, but I wouldn't say that if I'm happy, broad spectrum, happy, I write with different legibility than when I am frustrated or mad, broad spectrum emotion. I think for me, it's very circumstantial. It's like if I'm writing, I don't know, if I'm like journaling something, I'm probably going to have organized handwriting anyway. If I'm in like the park doing meal planning, I'm not. And with that, I have a meeting. Ask Jeffrey Dahmer. He might say there's not a line between the two. Who knows? Enjoy your meeting. Thank you. Liz, I'm really glad. Oh God. Especially after having not been there with the tenure that I imagine some other folks have, I understand exactly why you'd be an anxious mess. I'm glad. If you are glad that you're still there, I'm also glad that you're still there. If you were like, hey, I was kind of hoping for a buyout, then like, sorry. An R can be oriented north, south, east, or west, and it means a different word or task. Oh, yeah, I don't have that. I just have like various lines and drawings. I don't have shorthand like that. Cyborg, you get a note for signature validation on your mail-in ballot because your signature is inconsistent. Interesting. That's, I guess, good that they're checking it, right? Like, I don't know. I always get my signature is I just make initials. Like I don't actually sign anything. When it's like make an initial, I'll make like the initials, and then when it's like sign it, I do like the initials with like a line at the end of it. And I've definitely gotten like called out on that before. But on my license, I signed my license that way, so I have like proof. I don't know. I just don't like signing the letters. We're making more cantaloupe ice cream, Liz, today. The cantaloupe ice cream from last turned out very well. It was just a little bit crystalline, grainy. So today I'm going to try to freeze it a little bit slower. I understood from some advice that we got on the last stream that adding ice around the bucket, basically I'm going to try to follow some directions that someone in chat, Ninja Bacon 420 I believe, and had shared about not basically like adding the cream to a bucket that's not super frozen yet. So I'm gonna do that. Also cooling the ice cream for longer today. I made it already before stream. I made it at like 1 p.m. and put it in the fridge so it could be in there for a little longer. So I'm trying to account for the things that weren't as good about it last time. So we're learning and try it again. And I am going to take some advice that we got during the last ice cream stream. Hopefully I remember it correctly, because if I don't, we might end up with not that. That's why Jeff isn't welcome at the neighborhood picnic. Truer words mix. Oh my God. Given the state of the US, I feel it's a safer option right now. Yeah. Yes. Nick says, I changed my name and my signature hasn't recovered because the only muscle memory I ever formed was 10 years working in retail and banking and signing my name consistently. That's fascinating. I've changed mine quite a bit. Broccoli years, your handwriting is a mix of the script and individual letters. I am pretty consistent with mine. Teach us how to forge your signature. Well, it's my first initial, which is L. And then after that, it's my last initial. Anyway. Onions are looking lovely, Jane. I keep stirring them. I keep going back to them and just trying to like keep them, I don't know, keep them moving. I'm also going back to them and checking that the burner is still on, because when I have it on this low, it like goes off often enough. And then there's just gas spilling into the house. So, we love that. Megan, welcome in. So add a sound command. The inner machinations of my mind are an enigma. I will definitely add that sound command. So can you put that in the Stream Jump channel? That way I will not forget. Second day of White People Tacos, and damn, they're just so good. Liz says, I Yes, you did. Okay, good. All right. That will actually give me incentive to maybe work on the bot a little bit. I have a bunch of things that not just the bot, but like OBS in general. I have a bunch of really like a long list of stuff that I want to work on. I need to take an entire day and just like go down a hole and do it. I'll probably not want them for another 6 months though. You know, I think that seems reasonable. If you're making them at home, I can absolutely understand that. I feel like there's something about getting like, I don't know, tacos out at like a restaurant or somewhere like mainly a food truck or somewhere with like, you know, good tacos. I feel like after I eat tacos, I want them again almost immediately. I'm so basic. I'm like, you know, tacos and hiking. I don't know. I love whenever I don't feel like I have that problem. Oh, Trinderella, I know. So that's what I'm talking about. Like that is literally on my list. It's on the list of things, and it would take me not very long to do, but it requires a certain set of circumstances to line up that I can sit at this counter quietly by myself and like do things. Am I making a meal for Easter or just cinnamon rolls? No, I'm not making a meal for Easter. Like, I mean, I'm not making anything specific to Easter. I hadn't thought about cinnamon rolls, honestly. What is happening on Easter? I don't think anything's happening on Easter. At least for me. I don't generally, no, that's not true. I do a very, what's the word? I do a very commercial Easter where I literally like hide plastic eggs with candy in them and like little stuff around the house. But we don't really do anything. There's no like visiting or anything separately special about that day. It happens to be school break for Calvin, so it was it'll be the last day of school break. So we may end up everyone in our house may end up just going to their corners and not speaking to each other and being on their screens all day. Cinnamon rolls. I think I did make them. I feel like I did make them in the spring. It probably was Easter last year. I know I made them for Christmas, but I've made them. Calvin requested them for one holiday last year, and it might have been Easter. I know it was Christmas. I made them for Christmas 2 years in a row, and now I feel like that's going to become a thing. 2 years is a coincidence. 3 years is a tradition. Is that up? Easter is on a Sunday, isn't it? Isn't it usually on a Sunday? I feel like they always call it Easter Sunday, right? Maybe it was my childhood I was thinking of. Well, I mean, if you got cinnamon rolls on Easter Sunday in your childhood, that seems like a nice thing. A commercial Easter. Yeah. Like, I don't disparage any type of religious holiday. I'm not trying to be like, whatever. Like, I don't celebrate Easter as a religious holiday, so it is hard to get away from, though, kind of like Christmas is hard to get away from, because, you know, Calvin, up until this year, believed in like the Easter Bunny because the world told him to. And like, all right, I guess we're buying in here. We're either buying into this and hiding some eggs around the house, or we're being like, nah, the Easter Bunny only comes for Christians. Sorry, kid. Yeah, I was making a silly joke. Cody Whiteys. I appreciate it. I don't get jokes, and I'm sorry. I just don't often. It's worse in real life. Trust me, if you joke to my face, I will take you seriously. Like 98% of the time. Even people I know really well, they'll be joking. They'll like joke. They'll say something to me, and I'm like deadpan serious in my response, and they're like, "I'm literally joking with you. What the hell is wrong with you?" And I'm like, "I don't understand your facial expressions. That's what's wrong." The can and the Pillsbury ones. Liz, that sounds like you had that sounds like you had a situation on Easter Sunday where someone wanted to do something special, but really not really work too hard about it, which I 100% approve. There's Easter Sunday and Monday. Is there, what is the Monday? I didn't know there was a Monday too. Is anyone else scared to pop open those containers with the back of a spoon? Kind of. Yeah, the roll containers. I'm still a little like, how much is this gonna pop? I feel like I've overcome the fear, but I'm no longer in the I'm still in the like, oh, it's just a surprise every time category. Ooh, these onions look great! So good! Excited about these onions, TBH. They're looking like they're supposed to. Cyborg says we go to an Easter service every year as a giant celebration of spring. No religion at all. It's great. Sounds very Unitarian Universalist stuff, you know? Or many other ways to celebrate. It is functionally also the beginning of spring. That was recent. Was that last week? A week or two ago? I don't recall. It was very recently though. Dyeing eggs and finding the plastic ones. When I was a kid, so I was like raised Catholic until a certain point. My parents got divorced, and my mom was like, "Oh, see you later, Catholicism." Still quite Christian, but I grew up going to like Easter Mass, stand up, sit down, you know, like mass. And I definitely remember like midnight Mass. I think we did midnight Mass like before Easter and Christmas, because my mom was like, I don't want to get up in the morning. But my Easter when I was a kid was always finding little like clues. For a couple years, she'd make like little, like each egg had a clue to the next egg in it, and then there was like a big gift at the end. One year, I'm gonna date myself real hard here. You ready? One year for Easter, my big gift was the Smashing Pumpkins' Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness double cassette album. And I listened to that album a lot. Cyborg says there's an old lady choir that's mostly men and old lady drag singing raunchy hymns. That sounds fun. I mean, it sounds communal. Like, and I think community is sort of what spring celebrating, like, I don't know. Spring feels like getting back to those type like interactions with people, right? Spring feels like you're back out in the world, you're able to see and be seen again. And I think celebrating that in like a group sounds fun. Bronchi says, I have a sneaking suspicion if I were to ever meet Lou at some potluck or picnic, we get along fine. We probably would. Honestly, it always depends on my mood. Because sometimes I'm super gregarious and like want to chat, and sometimes I just am like reserved in larger groups. It always depends. But anytime I'm like expecting to meet a bunch of people, like going to TwitchCon, right? Going to TwitchCon, I'm ready to talk to people for like 4 straight days. Like if you run into me at TwitchCon, I will definitely chat your ear off. If you ran into me in the grocery store on like Tuesday morning at 10 a.m., I may be less approachable. Cyber says it's not Unitarian, it's mostly clowns and circus people. I mean, listen, that sounds amazing too. honestly. It is confusing. Easter change, yeah, it does change every year. I don't actually know the why of what the why it changes either. So Rocky says I used to cook ham with all the fixings for Easter and drive it all the way over to my parents' place. But after Dad died, Mom called a halt to that. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm sorry that obviously for your loss, but also like traditions changing is weird, can be really weird and unmooring. When you're like, oh, but we've always done this thing. What do I do now? That's an odd place to be. The fruits, veggies, pastel colors, Liz says. I always enjoyed spring flowers in the stores and ham. I like ham. Ham is a fascinating thing. We used to do Easter dinner at my aunt and uncle's house when I was a child. And yeah, my uncle, who was a chef and liked to cook, always made like a bunch of food. And I definitely remember that. Ham was a big part of that, of course. Tidy Whitey says, if I ran into you at the grocery store, it would be a great day in our city. I am often, there's a few folks. See, the thing is, Tidy Whitey, you might run into me, but I wouldn't know you necessarily, unless I do. Do I? So that would be on you. You'd have to say hi, because I would just be like staring blankly into the world. I'm surprised. There's like cheese, please, John. Who's a fellow food and drink streamer, also a fellow Philadelphian. It's so funny because his streams, like, I'll be watching his streams and I'll be like, I could literally go to where you are in about 15 minutes. Like, I could get to you live out in the world in like 15 minutes. Maybe less if I was on my bike. And I'm always surprised that I haven't run into, I'm kind of surprised I haven't run into him in the city. And he's someone who I would know on site, I think, unless he's like secretly like 6'10" and I'd be like looking down in the wrong place. Broccoli says I was raised Catholic, but I'm so much into it that I'll still eat a BLT on Friday during Lent. Not worried about being struck by lightning. Yeah, I mean, I feel like, you know, yeah, I feel like you can sort of take. I feel like too much prescription in religion is odd to me. But I'm not. Again, I'm not. I don't ever want to disparage anybody and their, you know, their belief system. I would quite literally, you know, if I do that, please, if I'm like offending somebody, please, you know, feel free to say that. But I don't, often I don't understand like where a lot of the traditions come from. I understand the value of tradition. But some things some things seem superfluous to me to being a good person, I guess is my point. Cyberbook says it's always celebrated on the first Sunday after the first full moon following the spring equinox, which seems silly for a Christian holiday. A lot of them are based upon non-Christian calendars, though, right? Like a lot of the holidays line up with their solstices. Liz says ham is like white people tacos for me. I crave it, eat it, and then I'm fine for another 6 months. I have to agree with you on that one. I feel like ham for me, I want like, here's what I want out of a ham leftovers or ham. I want to have it warm for like a meal. Then I want to have it cold on a sandwich for leftovers. And then I want to have a second sandwich. And then I want to not have any ham left over and I am not going to want ham again for like exactly 5 months, 6 months. Ham and cheese, okay, but a ham and cheese croissant at the bakery is like a little different. I think it's a little different. We do not know each other IRL. Thank you for confirming. I feel like sometimes I've handed out my, I'm going to wash my hands here because I'm going to open this cheese. I've given like my card out. You know, if you've gotten cookie, if you've ever met me IRL, I've handed you a card with my face on it and like a bunch of info, and they go out in the cookie club packets. If I, you know, when I'm doing IRL streams and I hand someone, I'm like, hey, this is me, like I'm handing them a card. I've given those to a lot of people I know in real life, like lots of people. Because, you know, when they're like, what are you doing today? And I'm like, I'm walking around with a camera, talking to my internet friends. Like, what are you doing today? You know, and they're like, what? And I'm like, what? And they're like, no, seriously, what do you mean? And I'm like, oh, and then I explain it to them and hand them a card. Anyway, that's always fun and a fun conversation. But I'm always kind of expecting at some point that someone I know, someone will come into chat and be like, hey, I am this person from this point in your life, and I'm gonna have to be like, hey, please don't dox me. So it's both an expectation and also a little bit of an apprehension. Anyway, I would definitely do a collab IRL or something with Cheese. He's great. He seems like a really nice person. Like, obviously the internet is what it is, and you can be whoever you want on the internet. But he does seem like a genuinely nice person, and we clearly have like some things in common: food, Philly, etc. And I've actually thought about it the other day. I was thinking about his what was I was like, oh, we should do this. I should ask Cheese if he wants to like do this together, and I forget what it is now. Ships in the night, right? That's like me and every single person when I'm out in the store, because I'm trying not to interact with people. Carly, welcome in. Sofa, thank you for the shout out. Cheese Please is a fellow food and drink streamer from Philadelphia, who is very creative, a member of the industry as it is, and is an extremely creative like chef, and general fun, interesting human on the internet. Oh, split pan ham soup. Hell yeah. Fellas, that feels accurate to me about the origin story. Broccoli says, my best friend growing up was Jewish and her family was kosher for Passover only, so ham was fine with them too. A little occasional kosher. That sounds reasonable. I think if I did see you IRL, I would review myself. If you did, I would be open to that. Like, just like, I don't mean to be weird about it. If you were like, hey, I'm Tidy Whitey's from chat, I'd be like, hey, what's up? Like, you know, I would definitely be okay with that. I'm an approachable person, and, you know, I live in Philadelphia. Like, I might be out and about in the city. I am out and about in the city frequently. Fellow says, I had a lot of Jewish friends, and all of them ate pork anyway, so no one cared. Yeah, I mean, that's, again, like, I don't know, religious rules around diet and things, like, I know that they come from a specific place. I just, there's certain things that I'm like, why? Like, it's generally me being genuinely curious, as opposed to like judgmental about it. I'm like, why can't you eat meat on Friday? What is the basis of that in your in this belief system? I don't know. There are other people I might not claim that identity to out loud. Yeah, and there are other people, if you said that out loud, they'd be like, what are you talking? What do you mean? We're gonna write you up, sir. This is a Starbucks. I don't. Why do they say Starbucks? I don't even know. Oh, I was like, what are all these little flecks in here? This is Havarti with jalapeno. I guess this will be a little spicy. Oops. Slash okay. I don't know if I'm going to end up using all of this Havarti, but I graded it all, so, it'll be okay. Whatever I don't use, I'll just save and put into an omelet or something. I always say that. I think I say that every time when I'm like, if I got leftover of this or that, I'll put it in an omelet. I only occasionally end up doing that. Usually I end up just like tossing it with a bunch of other stuff from the fridge. I like the concept of an omelet as a thing. But often it ends up just like in something else. I mostly use leftovers though. I don't waste a lot. Some of it does. Yeah, Velas, exactly. I don't care. I don't care if if your religion says do or do not eat this. I draw the line at caring where like I'm not going to tell you what to do, and if you tell me your food has to be this specific way and you want to you need to get it from a specific store, it needs to be treated in that specific way. Like if I'm cooking for you, I would absolutely like want to know that, right? Like if I was cooking for someone and they keep kosher, right? I probably couldn't cook for them because I'd need to get my kitchen like checked out. But like if I could, and that was a thing, like I would absolutely honor that. Like I'm not gonna try to say like that's silly. Why would you do that? I would probably ask them all about it from like a point of curiosity, because I don't know, because I wasn't raised in that, that faith. Generally, I'm aware of my ignorance, and I might be curious, but I'm never gonna like. I would not tell someone that they can't have the thing that they're the thing be the way that they want it to be. Of course, if it's not available, that's different. Fella says, I had a friend who was dating a Middle Eastern girl, so we made no pork at the barbecue cookout I was throwing. It wasn't that big of a deal. Yeah. Yeah. Like, great. There's like several other meats that barbecue beautifully, especially in like a Middle Eastern tradition. Yeah. And that's the thing. Yeah, exactly. Like if you have someone like, in your orbit like that, and you accommodate them, that's probably that's maybe more than other people in their life do. So like if you can and it's easy to do, go ahead. What's the problem? All right, I have onion and garlic for my sauce ready to go. I have cheese here ready to go. Onion is caramelizing. I just need to shred the chicken, and then we're done our like prep list. And I can move on to the next thing. All right, let's keep continuing to stir this onion. I'm gonna try one of these. They're starting to look. The color on here is really nice. I'm trying to like flatten them out now so that they're just flat in the pan. And is that still on? It is. The center of the pan. A little crisp, but they're very sweet. They're starting to get that flavor, but they're not. They're still very crisp. They're not sharp anymore, though. There's no bitterness to those. Like I would put those on as a topping right now. I think they'd be fine. They'll be better in an hour, but those are good. I'm gonna add just a little bit more salt to that. I'm gonna add a touch more salt, just like another pinch. I'm gonna bump the heat on that, not very much. I'm taking it from low to 1, or it goes low to 2, and I'm putting it in between those two. It was previously on low. So I'm not bumping it by much, just adding a little the teeniest, tiniest amount of additional heat. I don't want these to sizzle though. If I hear them sizzling, we gotta turn it back down. So we're gonna try to bring them up a little slower. Mick says, one of my friends is casual kosher, and as long as it isn't like a holy fasting time, I have one pan that never touches pork for her, and that's good enough. And that's great. That's amazing. Like, yeah, some people might require more, but if that's their threshold and you can do that, I love it. You have specific not for meat pans. That's cool. And yeah, definitely separate cutting boards. I have an M and a V side on the one cutting board I have. Rocky says, I would never send food over to my neighbors without asking if anyone has a food allergy like seafood or nuts. Totally. Yeah, and like a little while ago, my neighbors had a baby, and had I made them a bunch of food, and was like, yeah, that was like, I said, hey, one, like, can I do this for you? Are you okay with that? Like, are you okay with me giving you like a couple bags of food? And two, if yes, do you have any allergies? Do you have any preferences? Do you have any dietary restrictions or needs? Copy Tommy, welcome in. Good to see you. We are doing focaccia bread. So right now what I'm doing is I'm prepping ingredients for both the bread, which is the cheese and the chicken, caramelizing some onions, and using pesto. So the topping of the bread is going to be pesto chicken with Havarti cheese and caramelized onion. And focaccia, obviously. I'm making a red sauce to dip that in, and then at the end of stream, or towards the end of stream, I'm going to make ice cream. So the ice cream is in the fridge currently, and then I'm just going to put it in the ice cream maker at some point. And we're not going to get to eat it today, which is annoying, but it does need to cool down in the freezer for like 4 or so hours before it can be, before it really solidifies. So like, we're not going to be able to do that today. Anyway, that is what we're doing on stream today, and it's good to have you. Welcome in. No Easter eggs on sale yet. Now they'll be if they go on sale, they'll be on sale probably next week, right? Rotisserie cook some spam. Hell yeah. You could always make, what's the dish? Masabi? The like spam dish. CIA, welcome in. Hello there. Let me wash my hands real quick. I'm going to shred this chicken, and then we're going to take a brief break. During the break, we're going to play a Game Awards on stream, and I'm going to run a ad on Twitch. So if you're watching on the Twitch platform, just be aware that we have a 3-minute ad coming up. So if you're lurking, there'll be a little of that going on in the background. I don't know if the sound actually changes or if like the ads play at a different volume, or I don't know. But like, be aware. But we're going to shred some chicken first. Nick, that's great. Your neighbor sounds very kind and thoughtful. Every month I think about this after the fact, but I really feel like I should include an ingredients list in the Cookie Club packets. Like, I feel like I don't do that, and I don't always post the recipe, or sometimes like if you're not in the Discord, you're not going to get to see the recipe. So I think about that too. Even Aldi is charging $3 for him. Is Aldi the good store? Masubi, that's right. Yes, cheesy rice cauliflower. Hell yeah, that's kind of amazing. Is that for your continued non-gluten scenario? That's wise. That sounds like a really good combo. Because that cauliflower is great. I really like rice cauliflower, as long as you don't. Rice cauliflower is great as long as you're not expecting it to be rice. Photogami, like me, only Korean and obsessed with Costco. I kind of love Costco. Again, they're just like everything's in bulk, so you have to like be intentional about shopping there. But it's great. Mix. Oh yeah, I was thinking. Well, recipe card. I could do I mean, if I was going to do ingredients, it would be the same level of effort to do a recipe card because, like, I'm not going to handwrite those. The cheaper non-name brand store. Aldi's European, right? Are they German? Um, Aldi is basically everywhere, and there is one opening in Philly. There's a couple in Philly, and there's one opening off of a bus route that I can get to. So I will be checking out Aldi at some point very soon for like uh, canned goods and sort of all the stuff that I get at the grocery store and not the market. Totally, Velas. The rice, cauliflower rice is not a substitute, but it is a good, like, it's not a substitute texturally or taste-wise, right? But it does fill that gap. Yeah, oh yeah, the shellfish allergy is real. Some people just smell it and they're like they break out in hives. I generally post the for like cookie club stuff. I generally post the recipe that I'm using in Discord, but I feel like I should put it in the package too. Maybe not even like I was thinking just the ingredients, but the like a little printed card with the recipe on it might be kind of nice. They're not my recipes though, so I would obviously have to attribute them. Ooh, mixed. Nice. That's a great collection. I love a printed recipe. I prefer a a physical thing to look at for when for when I'm in the kitchen. I really really detest looking at my phone to cook off of. Mainly because I find cooking to be a relaxing experience and not one where I want to be like looking down at my phone, and like seeing notifications and all of that. Copy zombie, that makes sense. Trying to keep things under control without meds. Yeah. Sometimes it's and sometimes that's hard with genetics. And good luck, of course. German owned. Okay, so is Lidl. Well, I don't. Yeah, we don't. Lidl's not one that I'm familiar with, but the yeah, Velas, there is an Aldi. Um, there is an Aldi that's coming, and I will be able to get to it as easily as I get to the other all my other grocery stores. So, um, mixed as I always thought Aldi and Lidl were superstores, and Loblaws, same company, slightly different layouts. I'm familiar with Loblaws only in name only. And I'm not beholden to name brands for certain stuff. They actually treat their employees halfway decent. Nice. We love that. um, the yeah, I'm not like beholden to name brands. I just if I'm getting canned beans, I don't really care. I'm more when I'm getting like cans of stuff, it's more to me around it's more around can I get like the low sodium, can I get them low sodium, like do they have the kind I want? I don't really, brand is not better. Mix, yeah, if someone's so allergic, like deathly allergic, I appreciate you being like, yeah, you got like, bud, you got to bring an EpiPen. Sorry. Broccoli says I was never allergic to anything until I was in my mid 40s. Wow. I I recently learned that I'm not allergic to pistachios. Like little lad, but with a D sound. Little. Got it. Okay. Yeah, Velos, I love one of my favorite things that I read recently was about I forget what company it was. It was some it was like, giant megacorp, and they were oh no. I know what it was. They were talking about that letter to the government employees where it was like, justify what you did this week. And the Italian employees, like the Italian citizen employees of like a military base in Italy were like, we're not like, they were basically like, you don't have to do that. Like their supervisors were like, yeah, our laws say no. Like, yeah, right. Damn, Mix, you're at the no frills and you didn't even get water? I mean, shit. It's called no frills, but they got to pony up for some water for the staff. Good lord. Copies on me. I am going hard on the pistachios. A couple weeks ago, I did a stream. Like 2 weeks ago, I did a stream of like just pistachio stuff, and I have been really going in on like roasted in the shell pistachios as an evening snack, mainly because it's something to do with my hands while I'm watching that's not being on my phone or computer, which I kind of love. Liker TV, welcome in. Hello. We are about to take a quick break. During that break, I'm going to run a game of Words on Stream. That will be accompanied by an ad. The ad is, excuse me, the ad is 3 minutes long. It's on Twitch. If you're watching on YouTube, you're not going to get an ad because there aren't any ads on YouTube. Mainly because that channel is not monetized. Anyway, if you want to pop over on YouTube, you could go subscribe there. That would be fantastic too. Fellas, yeah, I feel like, you gotta have. I feel like treating your employees well should not be a controversial issue, and it's also like how you retain employees. Like across every industry, it's less expensive to like retain an employee than it is to like have churn. So it's weird to me that companies still don't treat employees better. It's not weird, it's capitalism. The more you know. Mix, preposterous. Preposterous. Okay. We're gonna take a quick break for an ad. What am I gonna do? I'm gonna finish loading the dishwasher. And when we come back, we're going to juice some cantaloupe. So we're gonna cut this cantaloupe into little pieces. And we're gonna put it in the Vitamix this time and not the food processor. And that's gonna be when we come back. Then we're gonna make the red sauce. Then we'll make the focaccia, put that in the oven. Then we'll make the ice cream. Sound good? Great. Okay, let's come over to Words on Stream. Here we go. Here comes a game of Words on Stream. 3, 2, 1. Here comes a 3-minute ad on the Twitch platform. If you are not a subscriber, heads up. We'll be right back.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
I see chats, but I don't know if the folks doing the chatting can hear me in the moment, so I will refrain from responding in this moment and just fill the dishwasher. All right. We're getting there. The goal, as always, is to keep the dishes at bay and be able to not have a ton of dishes in the sink at the end of stream. Consistently and forever, that is like the goal of having these breaks in the middle. Not necessarily the goal. The goal is I hate pre-rolls. I think pre-rolls just like ruin things. Pre-roll ads, I should say. Pre-roll drugs? Better. Pre-roll ads. No good. Although, who was I watching today? Oh, that's right. I was watching a guy who's a YouTuber and he's streaming today. All right. Now time for just one more. All right, I'm gonna wash this one pot here because I'm gonna use this for the sauce. Because it's a good pot and thorough. Name that movie. Because it's the right pot for making this amount of sauce. And it has a heavy bottom. So it's easier and it stays warm. I washed several dishes. Congrats, me. Good job. All right, these onions are sizzling a bit too much, so I'm going to turn those down. All right, if you are on Twitch, you can hear me again, or at least it says that you can hear me again. Welcome back. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate you. We're finishing a game of words on stream. I'm giving these onions a stir while I'm at it. Got a couple left here. Got a couple left. Jamie, did I see you pop in? There you are. Jamie, hello. Copy Zombie. Your current job that takes threats from employees to employees from customers seriously is great. Yeah, and that's like bare minimum, right? Like you should feel safe at work. You should feel safe at work. Oh, am I muted? Oh no. That was Jamie's first words in chat were muted. It was a guess on words. Got it. My bad. I'm always worried about being muted. All right, good games. Good games. Copy Zombie says the war on dishes is a worthy fight, but a battle that will never be won. This is true. It will never be won. There will always be a dish. There will always be a dish. I remember reading a comic, or there was something that I saw. Oh, it was some sort of meme, and it was like, it was some sort of meme that was like, if you went into the kitchen, like it was like, remember when you were a kid and you'd go into the kitchen and all the lights were off, but the light above the stove was on and everything was clean and like you knew exactly what that meant? I feel that. It means don't touch anything. It means put your glass in the dishwasher, not the sink. Careful now, Mick says if people want to feel safe at work, they'll want schools to be safe next. Sheesh. What do you want? What do you want? Salary and health benefits too? Get out of here. I used to cry over Artax in The Neverending Story, but now it's laundry. The Neverending Story. This is true. Neverending Story. Na, 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 na. My dishwasher's broken. Oh man, the worst. I like doing dishes by hand. I don't mind it, but if I don't have to, I don't want to, right? Broccoli, that sounds fun slash disturbing. Um, okay. Watermelon, right? Right. No, cantaloupe. Not the same. This cantaloupe is old. This cantaloupe is old. I put it in the fridge before I went camping because it was like on the counter, and I was like, I think this might. This one's. I was like, this is sus. I don't know. We'll see. Um, anyway, I have a backup cantaloupe in case it's needed. I'm going to cut this one open. The recipe calls for 2 cups of diced cantaloupe. 2 cups. Just super easy. So we got 2 cups of diced cantaloupe. The rest of it we'll put into a plastic container and we'll just save it. Now, Calvin loves cantaloupe currently, so I don't mind having a bunch of extra cantaloupe. But I did get another one today in case this one's like not good. Mick says I hand wash everything for 5 years. Never again. I stopped cooking entirely. Dishwasher is mandatory. The things that can't go in the dishwasher are already too much. I appreciate a day where I can load every single piece of my cookware, etc., into the dishwasher. I'll put pots in the. People are like, "Don't put pots in the dishwasher." I don't give a shit. I'll just put the pot in the dishwasher, like, because I don't care. Oh, okay. I was trying to break the stem off, but it's not coming. Let's cut this cantaloupe and see how it is. It feels fine. It smells fine. I think it's fine. It just has it has like a lumpy outside. So if you look at the screen and you see like along the top, it has like divots and sort of lumps in it. Right? Not the cast iron though. No, not the cast iron. I don't put the cast iron in. I do not put the cast iron in the dishwasher. No. I do wash it with soap. But yeah. Yeah, Mix, if you're hosting, generally speaking, to my mind, everything that gets put in front of somebody has to be able to go in the dishwasher. Or not great, but if you're in like a situation that calls for it, like everything being disposable too, or at least compostable. Yeah, lumpy outside is fine. It's melon. Also people. Lumpy outside is fine. Just it's the soft pulp inside that counts. Or something. Mello says, I'll put my stainless steel cookware in the dishwasher, but definitely not like my Teflon. No, definitely not the Teflon, not the cast iron. I put any of the stainless steel dishes in there. I will put the food processor bowl in there. That's fine. Yeah, this cantaloupe is great. It smells good. This is great. I also left this out. I got this. I'd had it in the refrigerator. I put it in the refrigerator. It's been in there until this morning. But I got this out of the refrigerator a couple hours ago, so it would come relatively back up to room temperature. Because I also thought, hey, maybe if it's been in the fridge for a while and it's cold, it's like gone bad, but then you wouldn't really like smell it because it's cold. So I was like, let me get it back up to room temperature. Anyway, it smells great. And so we're going to use it. We're going to cut up half of it, and this is definitely going to be at least 2 cups of melon. Frothy says, I almost cried when hubby brought and left out a pineapple so long that it attracted fruit flies. Pineapple will definitely do that. I've carved it up and refrigerated it. Yeah, it's hard though because like if you cut it too early and it's not ripe yet, it's like not gonna get good in the fridge. Like it doesn't ripen the same way after it's been cut up, right? Tell me I'm wrong about that. Like I always leave it out to ripen it in whole. But yeah, if it's attracting flies, it might still be good. It depends. But generally, I try to keep the melons out on the counter until they're soft. They have like all the soft, the right soft spots on them, and then they are. Then I'll cut them up. I'll completely cut them. Oh yeah, that's tasty. I'll completely cut them. Usually like this. Like I'll just cut them into a wedge, and then I'll cut the rind off, like I'm doing now. And then I'll just put the wedges, like I'll put all of these wedge situations in a big container. I don't process them any farther than that. But you can put a melon in the refrigerator and it will stop it from ripening for a little while. So if you have something going bad and you can't cut it up right away, just pop it in the fridge and it gives it an extra like couple days. Generally speaking. Plastic and glass go in the dishwasher. Yeah, depending on the plastic, I put like those plastic quart containers I use in there for sure. I put certain stuff I don't. Anything with rubber on it, I won't. Like I have a whisk that has like a rubber handle and I won't put that in there. Mix, that's really creative. Ice cube treats from a bunch of different blended up berries at the market. I like that. Yeah, the jarred baby food. You can definitely make your own baby food. I made baby food for Calvin when he was a kid and when he was a baby, and it was not super difficult. I didn't make like formula for him, it was like once he started eating. But you're like, Mom, you realize you're a hipster now. You're a crunchy mom before it was cool. That's great. And she was probably like, yeah, and don't call me a hipster. They had like 30 ice cube trays. That's wild. That's funny. Yeah, butchering a pineapple is fun. If you've never done it, it can be really confusing. I have butchered a pineapple many times and it's still confusing. They're all a little unique. They are not made in a lab after all. They're made in nature. Okay, one more of those, and then we'll put the rest of those in the container. All right, I'm not really dicing these, like fine dicing them. It calls for 2 cups. That's about 2 cups right there. Wait, that one says liters. Whatever. It's all the same, as it turns out. It's about 2 cups. So we'll take the rest of these, we'll cut this up, put those in this tub, and then we're going to juice. I'm going to juice these pineapple, or I'm going to juice the cantaloupes. They're not pineapples. Juice the cantaloupe, and then we strain the cantaloupe, and then I'm going to put that in the fridge because this is for the ice cream. So I'm making cantaloupe ice cream again today. I made it last week. We're making some tweaks to it, and this is the last thing that I need to prep for the ice cream itself. I have the base, the cream base, with milk and heavy cream, eggs, sugar, and vanilla in the refrigerator right now. It's been in there since about 13:30. Four hours so far. We'll be in there for another little bit before we get to it. Wait, nope, don't cut those up. You don't want to do that. That's not what you're doing. I love cantaloupe so much. It's so good. Okay. I'm going to try the blender today as opposed to the food processor for juicing this cantaloupe because I think it'll be more thorough. I think it will blend into more of a juice. Mix. Yeah, mix. Those sorts of food allergies are funny. If you're like, well, I can tolerate it and I still enjoy the taste, so let's go. Why am I using the Vitamix? The food processor I felt didn't juice things as well as I wanted them to. Basically, there was a lot of pulp left over, and I'd like some of that to be juice. I'd like some of that to break down even more than it was, and I'm pretty sure that the Vitamix or Ninja, I forget which one I had. I got it from my neighbor's garbage pile. So I don't rightly recall what it is. Obviously, I don't use it that often, but I just think it'll be better at making breaking that pulp down. And I am going to run it through a sieve. Yeah, I'm definitely going to run it through a sieve. But like last time, I had like a bunch of pulp. Like I had a good amount of juice, but like what felt like a lot of pulp. I'm just trying something different. It's not going to be any less juiced than the food processor. It might. The same would be okay. More would be better. I'm expecting more. It will not be less. That's where my head is at. Did I get mind tricked into any other melons? No, this was actually, I did not go back to the same store today. I got the melon that I bought today, I got at a different grocery store, so. No mind tricks today. Millie Imperio, welcome in. Enjoy your lurk. I hope you're having a good one. Yeah, the pulp was just it was too much pulp. That was all. That was really the bottom line. It wasn't too much. I mean, it was just more than expected. And I was like, you know, if I'd have run this through a juicer, like a real juicer, I would have had less pulp. And so I'm like, well, I don't have one of those. What do I have? Actually, I think I do have a real juicer. I think it's like in the basement in like a pile of crap somewhere. It was a split of juice and pulp. So we're gonna try something different today. We're gonna try the blender. And we'll see how it goes. And we'll see how it goes. All right, the blender is up here, though. And what is this? This is a Ninja. It's not a Vitamix. See? I don't even know. Do I have a better... Hold on. One of these... This one looks about right. Can I use... Is this the right lid? So I feel like if I can use a smaller thing, it might be better. Let's see. How do I... No, I don't even... I was like, I have this other thing, but... Baker, it did. It did make some good drink. The drink was the drinks were good. At least there was that. That's true. That is very true. I'll be honest, y'all. I don't know how to use this. I don't know how to use the smaller one. Like legit, I don't know how to use this. So we're not. We use the large one. Millie Imperius says, off topic, but is it really hot where you're living right now? It is seasonably warm. It was 22 degrees today, which is like 72 degrees Fahrenheit, 22 Celsius, so it was like 72 Fahrenheit, and very humid. Anytime it's above like 10 degrees Celsius out, I'm gonna wear shorts. A 1962 blender would have taken care of that melon pulp. Your 1962 blender would probably take care of a bone. Those things were industrial. I appreciate entertaining the follow-up questions. Yeah, feel free to ask. And if I don't have a reason, then I'll tell you that too. Destroying off the careful modesty blender. Well, listen, it just happens to be where the cabinet is. I don't have anything else I'm getting from up there today, so enjoy. Fellas, I did. I found this Vitamix in my neighbor's garbage. They were moving. They were literally moving. They had a box out front. It was like my blender. I'd just been talking on stream like the day before about how I needed a blender and wanted the blender and blah, blah, blah. And it just came into my life. Oh, mix it. I don't think it does plurals. Kitchen appliances over 50 years are the best. Yeah, totally. Baker was talking to us recently about getting a KitchenAid, like a mixer that was old. They hold up. They really hold up. Okay. Let's do, what do we do here? Power. I could take a house down with the 1970s Braun immersion blender. Those are no joke. Yeah, this was a terrific find. Like, terrific. This was a several $100 blender that my neighbors were literally getting rid of. They moved out of the country though, so they gave up a lot of their possessions. Dough, blend, crush. Let's go with crush. Okay, that seemed to work really well. It's not finished yet. I'm just going to scrape down the sides. The modern day Carhartt is not good. I too have a Carhartt jacket. It's probably 10 years old at this point. And I don't want to say that it was from like before they got popular, because it wasn't really. But the one that I have has been great. I don't use it. I don't have like a job that necessitates a Carhartt jacket. I have hobbies that I want to stay warm during, like camping. So that was my justification. Was like, hey, I want to be able to like build a fire and not have my jacket catch on fire. Okay. Oh, this smells great. This smells so good. It smells like cantaloupe juice. But moving countries will change the plugs. That is a valid point. That is a really good point. Also, like, I don't think maybe you wouldn't be able to, I don't know. Maybe they just didn't have the space for it. Who knows? I don't care. Not my problem why they got rid of this blender. I was happy that I saw it out on trash day. Who's Nose says, my meeting was entirely unnecessary. Shocking. Why do I have to attend a meeting to go over trainings that I've already gone over, right? To make sure, to meet about the topics and make sure, right? Millie, that's true. The adapter would cost just a few bucks. Yeah, all of those old stuff. I remember my mom had a KitchenAid mixer. She probably still does. When I grew up, that was like her parents'. And I'm pretty sure she still has the same mixer. So it's definitely an heirloom piece. Mix, that's wild. That's wild. Yeah, like the buzzards are circling. Good. You got something out of it though, and you got something out of it and a good story. All right, let's crush this again. I'm just gonna let. Hold on. Why did we turn off? Oh, turned off because I opened the lid by accident. Spunky's mom, welcome in. All right. Hands up. Powering down. Okay. Scrape the sides one more time, and then I'm going to blend this again one more time. And we'll see where we got. My guess is things turn out exactly the same. That it really has nothing to do with the blender or food processor, but it's just that you can't really get cantaloupe past a certain point. I don't know. We'll see. It's looking good though. There's definitely some good looking liquid in there. Mix. They're like what was that show? 6 Feet Under, where it's just like normalized. That's what that feels like to me. Briggs and Stratton engine. That's all Sears, as I understand it, used to have a really good like warranty for stuff. That was like their reputation forever. Oh wow. Woo! Okay, that's as much as we're gonna do today with the cantaloupe. If it isn't liquid by now, I don't think it's going to be liquid in the future. Although what I may do is run the pulp again after I've drained it through a sieve. So that's also an option. These onions look really so good right now. I turned that camera off for a moment, but we can turn it back on. The onions look real good. There they are. Sprocketopoulos, welcome in. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to you too. Happy to have you. Oh, fellas, the appliance repairs are so draining. The appliance repairs are so frustrating because you're like, I can't do laundry until this thing works again. Like, I can't. The basic functions of my household won't work. Do you use your dishwasher to store dishes in, or is it just empty? Because if it's not functional, Do you give it another function, or is it just like an open empty box in the kitchen? I'd be storing stuff in there. I would definitely be storing stuff in there. Although the weird thing is, if it's still connected to the water line, like my dishwasher, water from the sink, if my disposal's too full, water from my sink backs up into the dishwasher, or the dishwasher has like water in it. That is annoying. So if I wasn't ever going to use it again, I would probably like unhook the water line, or at least cap the line that comes to the sink. Anyway, that was really in the weeds. Uncommon, welcome in. Good day. A giant dish drying rack. That's great. It's probably right next to the sink, so like, yeah, it's easy to just put them all in there. That's smart. Yeah, mix the minutia, right? Right, the minutia of end of life, being able to handle that is probably they're probably very separate from the emotional side of it for someone who works in that industry. The dish drying rack. Dish drying rake. We could use one of those too. Uncommon says, I am the dishwasher. I love a dishwasher. I like run the dishwasher every day. Is this juice on the chug list limit? Could be. It very well could be. I think we have less pulp than last time. I would be happy to drink this juice. Nothing at my laptop. Yes. If you could pick one, would you rather have a garbage disposal or a dishwasher? That is wild to me. I know my answer to that, and it's not close for me. But I can respect that some folks have different opinions, obviously. Spunky's mom says, I use my dishwasher all the time. Lemon would rather have a dishwasher. So fluff dishwasher. All right. Yeah, there's less pulp out of this one. Like, definitively less than last time. We have less of a baseball-sized bit of pulp and more of a manageable, slightly larger golf ball size. Although golf balls are the same size all the time, right? They're never slightly larger. Levin says a garbage disposal was not legal where I'm from, so I never got used to having one. Fascinating. That's kind of wild. That is, why was it illegal? Was it illegal from like a water perspective, like a water filtration perspective? That's odd. Bella says I'd rather have a dishwasher. Every garbage disposal I've ever seen has just been a huge pain. Mix this dishwasher entirely. I have a farm, compost, which sink screens and dump it in the bucket and it goes in the compost. Yes. Baker, dishwasher. Wow. Runaway for the dishwasher today. Millie says I wouldn't want to live without a dishwasher. We've never had a garbage disposal. So fluff. Garbage disposals are uncommon here anyways. Lizzie, welcome in. It's good to have you. Friend of the channel, Lizzie Bits and Bites. How are you doing? I hope you had a good stream. Thanks for bringing friends. We are... I can't believe that worked. Midway through that, I was like, this is a terrible mistake. And it just worked the way I expected it to. Amazing. Welcome in, friends. It's nice to have you. Would you rather have a garbage disposal or a dishwasher? Question of the moment. Friends who just joined us, welcome in. Friends who are here, please go follow Lizzie Bits and Bites, fellow food and drink streamer who made shortbread and played some games on stream today. I love shortbread. Shortbread is extremely underrated in terms of snacks, I think. How do you eat shortbread? Do you crunch on it, or do you just like let it melt in your mouth? I'm gonna let it melt in your mouth person myself. But you do you, you know? We are making a couple things today. So, friends who just joined us, this is typically a food stream. We're streaming food stuff today, and the stream is generally me cooking dinner for myself, my partner, and our son. We are in Philadelphia, so mostly I go to the farmer's market, I buy a bunch of ingredients, then I figure out what we're making that week, and then I make it on stream. So that's the vibe here. I also do IRL streams in Philadelphia and other places that are of interest that I go to because I'm interested in them. Circular reasoning. Anyway, welcome in. It's nice to have you. If you follows are silent. There's no alerts. There's no sounds. There's no chat messages, and I will not say hi to you. If you're a lurker like me, maybe you appreciate that. And if you want to be perceived, please feel free to say hi in chat. Otherwise, hang out and enjoy yourself. Let me know if you have anything to contribute to the meta or not. We love lurkers here. So welcome in. Ooh, Mix, I wonder if you could use that pulp as part of a flour component for like a gooey butter cake. You could definitely use this as an ingredient in something. It looks like sherbet. This looks exactly like sherbet. Fancy dishwashers have the disposal built in. Interesting. I would 100% prefer a disposal. Sorry. No! A dishwasher. No. Sorry. I'm not going against everything else everyone has said. I would definitely prefer a dishwasher because I compost. So like I would literally, the disposal is only for stuff that it goes down the sink that didn't make it into the compost. Otherwise, like a screen on my sink would be totally fine. Loka Yoko, welcome in. Nice to have you. Recipe everyone. Lemon says the prohibition on garbage disposals where you're from is due to concern for strain on wastewater treatment systems and based on the quality of tap water in Toronto. I'd argue it's the correct choice. Fair. I figured it was like it can't be because of like it had to be something utility based, right? Either the electrical grid or the water. Makes sense. Original Lamb, welcome in. Never lived anywhere with a garbage disposal. I think a dishwasher is really only needed in a household with more than a couple of people. It takes too long to fill up. It does. And yeah, if you run it like once a week, you may end up hand washing a few dishes here and there because you can't wait. Never thought about it, as he says, regarding the cookies, but I'm a crunch it person. Never tried the other way. Yeah, with shortbread, cookies, shortbread. Pause. I'm putting this in the fridge. This is going in ice cream, so I'm gonna put this in the fridge to cool along with the cream base that's already in the fridge. And now we've finished our prep. The next thing we're gonna do is make some red sauce. So we're getting there. Oh wait, I said I needed to put the focaccia. We're really behind on time. I didn't realize what time it was. It's 17:52. I wanted to put the focaccia bread in 8 minutes from now. After I finished making the sauce. It's been that kind of day. Anyway, we're relaxed. I'm relaxed today. The sauce doesn't take all that long. I can get it all the time. Uncommon says the only way I could see a disposal actually being useful if it's tied to a gray water irrigation system. Totally. Yeah, mine just dumps directly into the city water, so I don't know. We have a dishwasher that is not named Hedda. We do not have a garbage disposal on well water and no sewer. Well water. You can always tell when a place is on well water. 11, you're also in the Litsy rate. That happens on Twitch so often. I love that. Shortbread is so good, and it freezes so well. And you air fry them. Smart. Lizzie, enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you for bringing friends over. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. Maybe. They feel like a very specific market. It also feels like maybe it would be something for a like an RV or a trailer or something of that nature. Yeah, mix. I always run it on the sanitized cycle. Oh, welcome in. Nice to have you. Fruit snacks or fruit roll-ups? Ooh, fruit snacks. It's really, it's not for the garbage disposal is only so named because it's like garbage food. You should definitely not be throwing plastic or anything else down there. That is not the vibe. Oh shit, Lemon, you got the banana. Nice. That's a good looking emote. Or that's a good looking. What do we call it? Do we call this an emote? I guess we call those emotes. They're like icons though. I forget. I don't know. Sofa, thank you for the shout out. Power Reborn, welcome in. Nice to have you. Hey, you have a banana too. You get a banana by clipping something from one of the categories, snack time, halls, Y2K, and something else, right? I forget. I would need to be streaming in the right category to do that. I'm not. Let's start the oven though, because as I said, we're behind. Shocking that we are behind. How could that have ever happened? How could that have ever happened? Badges, hey, we did it. Thank you. Bro, said my nephew still have a sheep had a stripper before it even cooled. I'm just imagining your nephew like realizing seconds later, like I've made a terrible mistake. This is so fucking hot. Really enjoy your lark. Enjoy your lark. Look at that. I could stream in snack time. I could. Does it work if you clip something from a stream from a VOD? Does it work from clipping from a VOD? Pause. I'm gonna make the sauce. No. I'm gonna make the focaccia. No. I'm stymied because I realized what time it was, and now I'm like, okay. There could be people in my house at any moment. I'm sure they've gone to the playground. But yeah. It wasn't April Fool's joke, Original Land, but I think it was like up until today, right? Or tomorrow, you can clip things. Banana Gang! You got it by sharing one of my clips on TikTok, Trindrella? That's cool. I didn't know I'm on TikTok? That's great. My face is on TikTok? Cool. Okay. We're gonna do the focaccia. We're gonna do the focaccia, and then we're gonna do the ice cream. Ice cream really doesn't matter when I start it because I'm not finishing it on stream. So let's get the focaccia bread in because I want that to have a little bit of time to rest. Bob, enjoy your lurk. Thanks for saying hi. And as you got so a few shouted out Bob Bakes, right? I think I saw that. We have some good folks in chat. Other streamy type folks. We did. Okay, good. I'm gonna cut this down. So I'm putting in the bottom of this pan, I'm just adding a layer of parchment because it will make it easier to get the bread out at the end. And I'm sort of scoring the sides where it folds over. We'll make one cut and then we'll adjust. But I want a layer of oiled parchment on the bottom of the pan. So you basically you put parchment paper down, you pour a ton of olive oil on top of it, You add your focaccia, and then you top it with whatever. You add more olive oil to the top, and then you bake it. It's super simple. Jeff, hello. Welcome in. Icons. See, now, oh man, now I'm confused. I was just like, what are those bananas called? Are they emotes? Badges? No, they're badges. And now you said icons, and I'm like, are they icons? I'm confused. I'm confused. I'm not actually. I'm confused, but I'm trying. I understand it. I understand that. I believe you meant icons in the like iconic way. I don't even know. Hi. Have a pickle. Thank you. Is it one of yours? All right. So we're making focaccia. The next step is this. I want to get this bread in the oven. So by the time the oven preheats, which I meant to do like an hour ago, but didn't. Oh, these scissors are so bad. I'm literally going to use a knife to do this. I do not know what I'm doing. I'm trying. I'm trying. I have the worst scissors on earth, and I refuse to get new ones. And I will reserve the right to complain about them vehemently every single time I use them. We all need a little something to grind our gears against, right? Oh, y'all are icon. Fair. and likewise. I hope you're doing well. Congrats on the drag race stream. Regretfully, I was camping last weekend. Not regretful that I was camping, but I would have enjoyed catching it live. I would have enjoyed catching some of that live. I was camping and in a place where I had 0 cell phone reception, and congrats though. I love the creativity. We're talking about creative. $13 scissors, Otto. Yeah, these are from Target from a decade ago, and they're just crappy. And you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna put them back in the drawer over here. We'll complain about those later. Okay, let's look at the directions for this.
And it don't matter. None of this matters.
It's true. Existentially, and also in this immediate moment. I finally broke down and got good shears with a bone notch. Yeah. Yes. I mean, I have these. These are sharper than the scissors that I just used. It was a nice camping trip. It was good. It was relaxing. I think, yeah, that was just such a fun idea. It's one of the things I love about Twitch, where you can just be like, I have this idea to do this thing, and then you just do it, and people love it. And it doesn't really matter if it's silly or not. If you enjoy it and you get behind it, and other people seem to enjoy it, then like, good fun. I did have a relaxing trip. There was literally 0 cell phone reception, like none, no service. It was great. Line a 9 by 13 inch pan with parchment paper or grease with butter or coat with nonstick cooking spray. No, this greasing step may seem excessive, but with some pans it is imperative to do so to prevent sticking. Pour a tablespoon of oil into the center of the pan, or 2 tablespoons if using a 9 by 13. Deflate the dough. Use the forks to split the dough. Nope. Okay, deflate the dough. Place it in the prepared pan. Roll the dough ball in oil. Okay. We forgot a step. We forgot the step where I'm supposed to let this sit in the pan for like a couple hours before baking it. So, we do have dough.
I'm in danger.
You're gonna be popular.
Okay. It's fine. It's fine. 2 hours of words on stream, right? No, dinner in an hour?
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing.
No.
I have no freaking idea what I'm doing.
Well. It says something about the second rise. What does this say? If you're short on time and you need to make the focaccia tonight, let the dough rise at room temperature until doubled about 1.5 to 2 hours. Okay, it's been doubled. Then proceed with the recipe, knowing the second rise will only take about 30 minutes. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. So basically, this recipe says if you don't chill the dough, you make it.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I have no freaking idea what I'm doing.
If you make it and if you're short on time and need to make the focaccia tonight, which, yes, let the mixed dough rise at room temperature until doubled, about 1.5 to 2 hours. So you're supposed to not cool it down. This dough is cold right now. I literally just in this moment took it out of the fridge. I'm going to, Jamie says, what's the problem? The problem is that the directions of the recipe, which I have made a bunch of times and just forgot about, say to, take the dough out of the fridge and put it in the pan, greased, for 3 to 4 hours before you cook it. That's the problem. The problem is I didn't do that, and I'd like to get it in the oven in like 10 minutes. So that is a problem. Here's what I'm going to do. It takes 30 minutes to cook. It takes maybe 30 minutes to come to a temperature that's not straight out of the fridge. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it in the pan. And now I am maybe not going to microwave it. I don't think microwaving is a good idea, generally. I could put the dough container in a warm water bath. That is a good idea. I think I might, yeah, I think I'm going to try to do that. Here's what I'm going to try to do. Hair dryer. Megan, I love that suggestion. Here's what I'm going to try to do. I am going to take this dough and I'm going to deflate it like it says. I'm going to, because it's very much risen at the moment. Very much risen. I'm going to deflate it. The oven does not have a proof setting. No. No, it doesn't. I'm going to deflate it. I'm going to put it in a warm, I'm going to put this whole bowl in a larger bowl with warm water and just let it sit like that for like 20 minutes. Just to like bring that up to temperature. And I'm going to sit that on the stove, which is like warm in itself over here. And I'm going to shoot to put this in the pan and spread it out in like 30 or 40 minutes. And we'll just be like, dinner will just be a little bit later, and that's okay. Hot water in a pan in the oven with that above it. The oven's on. That's the thing right now, is I turned the oven on to like the temperature it's supposed to cook at. So I don't want to put it in the oven because then it'll just like start to cook. And if I turn the oven down, then I'm, not getting the right, then it won't be preheated when I want to do it. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a big bowl I'm going to fill this with warm water. I'm going to take this, I'm going to deflate it, I'm going to put it in the bowl, and we'll just have it warm water around it. Maybe it'll like help a little bit, and then we'll give it a shot. I'm sort of like, what it says is the second rise should be in this pan. So I don't have a pan big enough to put this pan in. So we're going to do that in this bowl. I'm going to deflate it with the fork like it says, and then I'm going to put it in here. And honestly, y'all, like worst case scenario, this just turns into a flatbread, right? Like literally the worst case scenario is it doesn't rise and it's flat. So the bathtub, that honestly, that could work. I do have this pan, but this pan is too small. This is the other largest pan. And my thought is if I fill this bowl with water, let me turn my water on the sink. So I'm just going to use hot water from the sink. And yes, this bowl will fit in the sink. Okay. So we're going to deflate. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to deflate this like it says for the recipe. It will still be edible. Jamie, it'll absolutely still be edible. Like, yeah, I'm not worried necessarily about the edibleness of it, but it is probably not going to rise the way that I want it to, which is okay. So I'm deflating with a fork, just basically pulling it away from the edges of this bowl. And I'm going to let it rise. I'm going to let it do its thing in here in this bowl for a little bit. And then I'll take it out and put it in the pan, coat it in olive oil, and let that sit on the stove for just a few minutes so it can like settle. And then we'll see what it does. Worst case scenario, it's flatbread. Best case scenario, this technique worked and it rises and like, yay, everything's great. Honestly, it'll probably be somewhere in the middle. If you massage it in your hands, yeah, I don't want to introduce more. I don't want to massage it. Like, we're past that point. Like, the gluten is there and I don't want to manipulate it too much. Right? Levin says, I was going to suggest leavening it with warm hands. We don't really want to activate the gluten. Yeah, I don't want to like touch it too much, right? I want to just let it kind of be. So we deflated it a little bit. It looks good, and this dough smells good. Christmas, thank you for coming through. I appreciate it. It's good to see you. I hope the rest of your day, those meetings, the 2 hours worth of meetings sounds absolutely brutal. So good luck to you. I'm gonna put this on not the hottest hot water, but I'm gonna make it pretty damn hot. Because I don't want to cook it, but I do want it to be warm enough to make a difference. All right, let's give these onions another stir here. These are caramelizing onions. They look amazing, and they're going to taste. They taste amazing. They taste better than last time. All right, so my oh shit, hold on. I can't let that come over the top of the bowl. That would be the worst. Listen, if water just started pouring into the dough, I would just be like, fuck it, we're ordering Domino's. All right. We have a quick break coming up, which I am absolutely going to take here to recalibrate. We're going to play some words on stream. When we come back from that, I'm going to reset and we're going to do the sauce and start the ice cream, and then we'll throw the focaccia in the oven and see what happens. All right. Here comes a game of words on stream. Here comes an ad on the Twitch platform. It's 3 minutes long. If you're watching on YouTube, you're not going to get an ad and you can hear me ramble. Otherwise, chat with you in a minute.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials
Levin asked, do I have a
hate.
heating pad? I don't. I don't have a warming pad or anything like that. No to that. Every time I've needed one, I've borrowed one from somebody, and now I'm sort of like, oh man, I should have done differently. It's okay. We're gonna try it. It's this is the reality of cooking at home. That's all it is to it. It's the reality of like having a million things to do and cooking for your family. For yourself or anybody, just cooking in general. It's sort of the reality. You just forget shit sometimes. And that's okay. We figure it out, and occasionally you get flatbread instead of focaccia. We'll see if the water bath does anything. What time did it go in the water bath? 6:13. 18:13. Okay. So we'll leave it in there for a little bit. I do want to, like, at this point, I do want to cook dinner. Like, I can't just let it sit in there. If I had unlimited time, I would just have dinner a lot later. But that's not how having a 9-year-old works. Good job. Destroyed that board. Okay. Dishwasher. Everybody goes in the dishwasher. You get a dishwasher. Beautiful. Okay. You know, for all the times I've made this focaccia, I don't know why I blanked on the fact that I had to put it in the pan much earlier. I've made it so many times. I'm a little disappointed in myself because I know better. I know better, but that's okay. I'm not gonna dwell on it. I am gonna dwell on it for at least until it's finished and I can eat the final product and judge accordingly. All right. Very good. Okay, while we're finishing this board, I need to go grab the ice cream maker real quick. It's not nearby. It's downstairs where I keep large appliances that I rarely use. Okay, but we're going. Maybe you can still hear me. Okay. Hey, you're part of it. Good job. Let's come back over here. Orma, welcome in. Hello, good day. A good day. Fellas, yeah, just warming it up for a few moments is good. I am just thinking of dough issues. Cyborg, I forgot to let the dough rise. So with this recipe, you're supposed to take it out of the fridge like 3 to 4 hours before you want to get it going. So I did not do that. I got it out in about 10 minutes ago. So it's in a hot, kind of a warm water bath at the moment. And we're just going to let it sit in here for another like 20 minutes or so. I'm not to be like fair at this point. I'm not expecting it to rise a ton, right? It's probably just going to be very flat, and that's like okay. I don't want it to be okay, but that's sort of how it's going to be, because I, again, don't have the time to make it. I don't have the time to just like let it sit, right? And be, I don't have the time to do better. Let's say that. I got time to do exactly what I'm doing. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. And that's okay. Sauce, ice cream, dough. Okay. Sauce is pretty easy. Sauce is just going to be the rest of this tomato paste that I have. Let's move the onions to the back. We'll turn those same burner. Okay, move the camera up so it doesn't melt because the flame is on. And let's get this going. I'm turning this burner up here a little bit. I'm saying this, you're not actually seeing any of this. This is not the camera that's on anymore. There it is. Here we go. Sauce. Okay. Just a little bit of olive oil. We're going to add more of that later. I'm going to take my onions and garlic. We'll toss those in there. These onions are minced pretty well. So we'll let these cook for a few minutes. I'm going to open the crushed tomatoes. I have some tomato paste that's in the in the fridge that is going to be, I'll add that in after the onions are cooked. Runs the dishwasher in the morning rather than at night. It is, it's good that he runs it at all. I can understand the, like, I generally run the dishwasher at night and empty it in the morning. If I don't empty it in the morning, I empty it during the, like, 7 minutes between hitting go live and actually turning the camera on. There's no in between for me. It's one or the other. If I don't get to it right away, I'm not going to get to it until much, much, much later. If it's not run in the morning, I probably won't run it and we'll just continue filling it that day. All right, this is going to be a use it up meal. I've got some leftover tomato paste here. Stare into the void. Tomato paste, got tomato paste, onions, garlic, and that's gonna be it really for the sauce. I'm gonna add maybe a little bit of like herbs if I see some dried herbs in the cabinet that look intriguing. But otherwise we're gonna abstain. Oh, I need to do the Cookie Club drawing today. I keep forgetting about it. I'm ready to do it. So we'll get to that towards the end of stream as well. Please remind me, like, if I'm like, hey, we're gonna rate and I haven't done the drawing yet, like, someone definitely remind me, because I really want to do it today. I'm ready for it. I'm ready. I just may not remember. We have a couple folks who have guaranteed cookies this month. Who has guaranteed cookies this month? Some folks that have been in chat today. Who has guaranteed cookies this month? Odikins is our sponsor this month. Scuba Cat with 18 months of being a subscriber. Wauma with 6 months of being a subscriber. And a Recipe Reborn with 6 months of being a subscriber. Y'all are guaranteed a prize this month. Those are the folks who are guaranteed prizes. We have just over 100 entries this month. Well, it was a relatively slow month. I didn't stream as much in March, just like hours-wise. So it is a good opportunity this month. Jamie, I don't know what kind of cookies I'm making. Oh, well, you know what I was looking at then? And you're right. You're right. I had that thought, but I was like, no, maybe. I think you're on a 6-month streak consecutive. When you little back end stuff. When you download your list of subscribers, it tells you a few pieces of information: what date they subscribed, how many months total they've been subscribed, how many consecutive months they've been subscribed, and what tier they're subscribed at, whether or not their sub is a gift sub or a regular sub, and whether or not it is recurring or one time meaning like a gifted or a prime sub. I believe then that I was looking at the column for 6 consecutive months. Because you saying that, I'm like, yes, you're correct. I remember sending those. Jamie, I actually don't know what kind of cookies I'm going to make this month. It was on my list of computer things that I wanted to do today, was decide what cookies, and I literally just didn't get to it. Liz posted something in the Discord, the cookie chat part of the Discord, today that was like, hey, reminder, like you said that these carrot cookies looked pretty good. So I may do those, the ones that she commented and posted on today. Posted and commented on? What? I may do those, but I'm not sure yet. I may also do something with pistachios, just because it's like I've been in the pistachio fan club recently. But I know that nuts aren't everyone's fave, so I may try to just avoid those. Well, thank you for being forthcoming. I appreciate your honesty. Like, genuinely appreciate it. And I'll be happy to send them out in 2 months also. Broccoli says make blondies. Oh, other than cookies or brownies. I've definitely thought about that. And a little while ago, a generous friend of the stream donated the 100 Cookies by Sarah Kiefer cookbook, which has a bunch of different really good like bars and blondies and stuff like that in it. And I've considered it. I haven't gone through with it yet because I think that I want to make I'd like to make a test batch first and package them and see what what the packaging situation is for those, if I need to change anything. Basically, I don't want to be like, I'm going to make blondies and then make them and realize I have to do something different with the packaging and then like scramble because I've got like a bunch of trays of blondies ready to go out the door. So I need to do a little testing first. Yeah, Wilma, thank you. And like I said, I'm pretty sure it was just for the consecutive months. Now, the other folks that I mentioned are, I believe, the actual month. But sometimes it just is confusing to look at, and, I'm 40 and technology is not always the easiest thing. But, black vacuum sealing blondies works just fine. Yeah, I mean, I figured it would. I'm not necessarily a perfectionist, but I want to make sure that I've got a good understanding of what I'm doing. I have the thought in my head, too, that it's like, hey, these aren't cookies, though. It's supposed to be a cookie club, And so, like, there's that little, like, nagging thought in the back of my head, which is, like, a silly thought to have, honestly. I mean, I think it's kind of a silly thought to have. It's like, hey, it's whatever you want it to be. But, semantics. It's fate. I know, listen, this has been mentioned for well over a year. Make brookies, Liz, you're so diplomatic. That is an excellent suggestion to be. I appreciate that suggestion on like multiple ways. Yeah, and yes, I do. You're correct. Plus, darling, I'm glad your focaccia turned out. That's so good. I'm really glad. I'm glad to hear it. I'm not sure how mine is going to turn out. I forgot to do the second rise, so it's potentially just going to be flatbread focaccia. Cyborg, yes. I love the idea of just vacuum sealing an entire meal and having that for like camping. That's so smart. I'm assuming that you just let them cool down a lot. You gotta let them cool down completely, or else they just would probably get like mushy in the inside, right? Liz, yeah, totally. You know, it's really funny, Liz. I don't think I've made a cookie that you haven't that hasn't been like your suggestion in probably a year at this point. I'm not lazy about finding them. I just like I go to the cookie chat channel first, and I'm like, there's so many good options that I don't really want to look anymore. Liz says Google says a brownie is by definition a brownie is a cookie, more specifically a bar cookie. Well, I can appreciate that then, and it makes me feel a little better if I'm being honest. They do have to cool, Cyborg. Yeah, I'm imagining you putting them in there and then just steam, and like when they come out, they're just like mush. Everything's mush. Sir Alec, welcome in. This onion here is for the sauce. So I'm making focaccia bread. It may or may not rise. We'll see. But this that you're looking at here is just onion, garlic, salt, and pepper. And I'm making a red sauce to dip all of this in. So I'm about to add the tomato paste to here. And momentarily, I'm going to add the tomato paste. There we go. All right, I'm going to add that. I'm going to turn it up just a little bit and stir that in until it's completely incorporated. Man, boil a pre-made stew in a bag. That's big brain. That is super smart. Yeah, and if there's nowhere really to wash dishes, like that's a huge consideration. When I go camping, I always call the park ahead of time and ask like what the dish situation is. Most of them have like a sink that's attached to the outside of the washroom that will like a big basin sink that you can do dishes in, but some of them don't. Like it's almost like half and half, and I change my plans. So like when they don't have a place to wash dishes, I completely change, not necessarily what I'm making, but how I'm making it and how I'm prepping for it. Yes, Liz, the 100 Cookies book from Sarah Kiefer. It was, there's lots of good bars in there. And if I was going to do a bar for Cookie Club one month, which I feel like I'm going to end up doing here, obviously, at this point now, but I would probably make it out of that book first, because I just know it's like a really well-tested recipe. No dishwashing facilities in the desert, right? No, and no water either. Like, I'm imagining you've only got the water that you bring with you. All right, little quick heads up. My family is home. Now I hear them coming in, so it may get a little bit rowdy. Not rowdy. There may be some talking. There may be some background noise. I may be a little distracted for just a bit as they come through and settle in. Usually they come in, they settle down, they go to their corners, and then I give them a call again when dinner's ready. So just a heads up that may, I may be a little less. I may be a little less on top of things, and for the next like 5 to 10 minutes. So. Broccoli says, why do butterscotch syrup and butterscotch brownies have no butter in them? Do they not? Do you make butterscotch with butter? Or is it just sugar? The issue is brownie pans, Liz. Yeah, exactly. The issue is like not having enough pans to really, I feel like, I mean, that's kind of an issue. Stone with sand. Sand usually works. Sand is a great cleaning agent if you also don't mind scratches. All right, so this is good. I'm gonna dump in my tomato now, crushed tomato. Yo.
Song is embarrassing.
Why is he embarrassing? Would he be embarrassed if you told me out loud? Or do you want to tell me later? Oh, God. Who's he yelling at? Or just like... Oh, okay. All right. We're getting there. Here's the compost over here. Were those from the car? Yuck. Take your shoes off.
Shoes off household, man?
No, I just like these are we a shoes off household? Yeah, I mean, don't you take your shoes off when you come in the house? I do. Right. Well, I mean, yeah. Just take your shoes off when you come in the house. Like, I don't know. Is that not a thing we do? I literally take my shoes off the moment I walk in the door and have like... What? Are we not a shoes off household? I didn't know that.
To get comfortable, but it's not like, oh, take your shoes off so you don't...
Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean like... Well, like, I don't know. Can we be? It's like you go into a public restroom and then you're like in the house with your shoes on, the same shoes.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Would be barefoot. Whatever. Lemon says, as an Asian person, this conversation is giving me anxiety. Well, right. Well, like, yeah, shoes off in the house is not like a controversial thing. It's just something some people don't do. I didn't know that that wasn't a thing in our house. Liz says, "All right, chat. Everyone send a brownie pan to the PO box." Yeah, everyone. One of the ones that are edges only brownie pans. Those would be great. Liz, really welcome in.
Hi.
Hello.
Babe.
If you don't have slippers, I don't know what you're doing. I mean, yeah, I have house shoes. Like I have. General, yes, those are for you. I have, like, my Crocs I don't wear outside.
The PSSA?
Do you have shit on your shirt?
Yes, I do. So I'm done. No, wait.
He's not on camera right there.
Can I get something?
Dude. Ridiculous.
Well,
Okay. If you never set that rule in the house, then why would it be? I don't know, Sir Alec. I don't know. I thought it was. Rocky says, I don't take my shoes off when I enter the house with 3 ancient cats and 1 ancient dog. Beware where you step. That tracks. And I don't mean that to be silly. Lindsay says, I have 2 shoe shelves of outdoor shoes, my indoor slippers, and a basement Crocs. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I feel like Gwen just doesn't have shoes on in the house all the time. Like, you just don't. Right. But that's just what I'm saying is like, I have house shoes. You often just don't have any shoes, or you're just wearing socks that you're comfortable. But optically, you don't wear shoes in the house. Like, regardless of your reason. Right. Well, I don't know. I tell Calvin to take his shoes off because they have like dirt and shit on them. It does track it. Yes. No. Yeah. Bob, if you have guests or people over, like I'm not generally inclined to be like, everyone take your shoes off. I don't do that. I would love to, but I have people's houses that I go to where like nobody wears shoes and it's like a thing. One of Calvin's good friends, like they have a big place for shoes at the door and like you just don't wear shoes in their house. If you wear them in, they're like, can you take your shoes off? Lemon says I married someone in the chancla culture, so I believe that I've said that. I believe that I pronounced that incorrectly. My family always has piles of guest slippers. I love that concept of guest slippers because there's a Calvin's karate class when he has karate, they don't have any shoes inside of like the studio, and whenever I forget and don't bring socks with me and I have to have like bare feet, I'm always like, damn, I messed up. Boss says if I have guests over just because I tell them no shoes. Reasonable. I think if I go to someone's house and I literally look at the door and there's no shoes and there's like a pile of shoes there and then I look at their feet and they're not wearing shoes, I just take my shoes off. Like, I don't ask. Wear what's offered. Yeah. A big man wearing Hello Kitty. And you should be comfortable with that. Hello Kitty is for everyone. I agree. Let's get what do I want to do? I'm gonna check this dough. What did I say I put it in? I put it in at 1813. So it's been about 30 minutes in there. It's definitely not to where it needs to be, but I think I'm gonna put it in the pan now. Excuse me. I'm gonna put it in the pan. No, let's put the ice cream on, then we'll put the bread in the pan. That's what we'll do. Lindsay says I change my entire outfit when I come back home from being out. Yeah, I have like, if I'm out and I'm wearing pants, I'll put shorts on when I come home. Bellis, the bot's calling you out. Apparently Hello Kitty is not a kitty. What? Is Hello Kitty not a cat? Is Hello Kitty like controversial? Gwen says Hello Kitty's a girl. I assumed that. I don't know. Lady Stiletto, welcome in. A dough temp check. I could do a dough temp check. That's a good idea. Let's see. Room temp, 74 degrees Fahrenheit. It's a little girl in a kitty costume. So, hello. A human girl, but looks exactly like a cat? What? Gwen's like, yup. What? And her friends look like other animals. What? Are we serious? There's too many people for y'all to be colluding on this as a joke. I believe you. I'm shocked. It's like a secret Discord channel where everyone's like, let's make a joke. Let's tell Lou that Hello Kitty's a human. No, there's not. But I don't know. There could be. Hello Kitty's cosplay is amazing. Temp says 74 in the room. What do we think? What degree do we think this dough is at? I'm gonna go with 49. Nope, we got 43 in the center. So we're not even at room temp in the center. Drawing of a camel. Yeah, Daisy was just through. She's orbiting. There's really nothing for her at the moment. April Fool's was days ago. Well, Twitch is still giving out bananas for it, so who knows? Dog. Bosmara is a penguin. Cinderell's a puppet. What? My mind is blown. I had no idea. I had zero idea. That's incredible. Ice cream. Let's get the ice cream going, because that takes a little while to cook. Hello Kitty reminds me of a Psy, the Korean Gangnam Style singer. What a moment that was. What a moment in time that was. We're having speaking of Japanese things, I'm having a non-alcoholic acai. This is my favorite non-alcoholic beer. It's so good. All right, ice cream now. Ice cream maker. I keep moving these ingredients around. Yeah, I'll put that back here. How's this water? The water's still warm. So like this dough is just going to be what it is once I put it in the pan. I'm just going to leave it for as long as I can. I do obviously want to bake it because that's dinner. But we'll do the ice cream first. Coffee is not for now. This is for later. Let's move that off to the side. No, I'm not using the scale for anything else. All right. This is an ice cream maker. It is an old-fashioned, it says, ice cream maker, but it's really just a plastic bucket. So the last time I did this, Angry Rook, welcome in. Tatsu says, Hello Kitty is also known by her real name, Kitty White. She lives in London with her sister and is British. I might just have to end stream. I fucked up the focaccia and now this. I don't know what to do with myself. I'm going down a YouTube hole tonight. A Hello Kitty YouTube hole. I need to understand the lore. Because I'm confused and slightly scared. So the last time I made this, I was told, I did not take this advice. I was told two things. I was told, one, that you turn the ice cream. So I was told to add the liquid to this container before adding the ice. Because last time, chat said, because I froze this container and because I added the ice before the liquid, that it would freeze the outside of the container and not incorporate, that there would basically be a layer of ice around the outside. That was true. So today we're going to try something slightly different technique wise. I'm going to take this, put this in first. We're going to put the liquid in first. Then we'll put the lid on. Then we'll add the ice. I forget if they said I should add the ice after it was already moving. I don't think so. I don't think it went that far. The other note was that adding it to a cake pan, a metal cake pan, was not the right move because it would freeze quicker around the outside. I don't know what else to add it to change that. I have these little pint cups, and I was thinking that I could just put it in those cups right away and chill it in these paper and freeze it in these paper cups. After it's like, what word did they use? Thick and the consistency of soft serve ice cream. So I think once it's that point, I can put it in like the paper cups and have that just have those go in the freezer. So I think we're going to try that today. Because the other thing is that I want to give it to the person for whom it's being made for in the paper cups. And if I just put it in there, at least it'll be in there and I don't have to repackage it because it's ice cream. Repackaging ice cream just feels weird. Plastic says, be sure to cover the top of the cups with either baking paper or cling film or a coat of ice will form on top. Good call. Yeah, I'll put them in the freezer on a tray, uncovered. They have paper covers to them, but I'll put them in uncovered with plastic on the top. which is what I did for the previous batch. And the previous batch was good. It turned out really well. So I was pretty happy with it. It just I'm going to make those two adjustments and see what comes of that. But thanks for the note. All right, let's do that. I forgot I can just move the camera up and show both of those things. So there they are. Okay. Add the heavy cream. Add the cantaloupe puree and stir until incorporated into the cream. Churn the ice cream mixture. Took about 20 minutes until it's thick and the consistency of soft serve ice cream. Okay. So, what do we have? We have a fully chilled batch of ice cream, also covered with plastic wrap to keep the skin from forming on top. We have our cantaloupe juice puree. It's just under a cup. Yeah, just under a cup or so. I'm going to mix that in. So I'm going to mix that in. We'll put the ice cream in here first, in here. Then we'll put the ice with the salt. Then we'll get started on the churning. I'm also going to put a little bit less salt, I think, than I did before. Although last time it took a while to get chilled. It was like almost 40 minutes, I believe. But we're just going to try it. We're going to try something different. Okay. So this is chilled, definitely thick. I have what's in here. What's in here is 4 large egg yolks, 3/4 cups of granulated sugar, 1.5 cups of whole milk, 1.5 cups of heavy cream, 1/4 teaspoon of kosher salt, and 2 teaspoons of vanilla extract. To that, I am adding cantaloupe juice. So it says don't add more than 2 cups worth of cantaloupe juice because otherwise it will result in an icy ice cream due to the water content in the cantaloupe. So good to know. So I added, it was 2 cups of the diced, and I just added all the juice from that. So make sure to add the cantaloupe after you've chilled the ice cream mixture. Adding it in while the mixture is warm will create a bitter flavor. Megan, enjoy your tap class. Very cool. Yeah. Thanks for hanging out. All right, so like I said, we're going to pour this ice cream in here first. And we'll just go ahead. I don't even need to put it in there for that. So we'll pour it in there. Now this container is not chilled. The ice cream is, the cream is chilled, but the container itself is not. Last time I chilled the container, and I think that helps contribute to having more buildup around the sides. At least that's what I was told in chat. And I believe it. All right. So we have ice. I actually managed to go get a bag of ice today. I remembered I don't have to send Calvin to the store as much as he would probably enjoy going to the corner store and getting ice. Little errands like that are always fun for kids. All right, I'm going to add this in slowly. Okay, I'm going to add this in slowly. Okay. Well, this is good. I'm going to add a little bit of salt. help cool that. Help cool that down. Daisy is down here just like crunching on ice cubes now. Now, since this is not actually contacting any food, I won't mind taking it off the counter and just putting it in here. Instead of pouring it all over the counter, as one does. All right. Oh, we got ice on the floor. We'll move that to one little spot so I don't fall over it. Yeah, she is down here. There's a dog. Yeah, she's around. She's around. Just something fell on the floor and she came over here with great intention. All right. She is kind of a compost. She's a compost gremlin. If I don't watch her and there's something interesting in the compost to eat, she'll pull it out and take it somewhere else in the house. There's nothing in there she wants that's on top right now, though. Not that I can see. Oh, Jamie, sorry about that. Sleeplessness, that sucks. 4 a.m. Perfect time for a puppy to start making noise, right? All right. So ice is in. Ice is in and it's salted. Let's start your engines. So the top of this thing literally just clips in to these two little holes, and then the moment you plug it in, it starts whirring away. So we're gonna start, and we'll plug it in, and we'll start a timer. There we go. All right. Start a timer. Let's do maybe 15 minutes and let's see what we get from that. Newborn days all over, Jamie. That is familiar. And despite having gone through that once, that was plenty. All right. Daisy is finished over here. So we've got ice to pick up. There we go. All right. Sauce is in. Ice cream's going. We really got nothing left to do but to face what's going on with this brand. Cyborg, your cats chewed through the child lock? Damn. Some dedicated animals. And they're smart. Dedicated and smart. It's dangerous. Oh, and they have a lot of time on their paws. Hands, paws. Helpful. All right. Ice is in. Things are going. We're going. Let me get out the cups for this, because I just said a second ago that I had cups for these. And I did. I ordered. Oh God, there's so many of them. Oops. How many are in here? 40. Holy crap. Okay. Ice cream cups. I guess we have to make some more ice cream and give it away to people, because I don't know what else I'm going to do with all these cups. I don't know how many of these I'll fill either. Probably like 2, 3. Get out 3. don't know what I'm going to do with the other 37 of these, but I don't think I realized there came in this many. So far, Cyborg says the lack of opposable thumbs has prevented them from undoing the carabiners, but I'm not counting on that lasting for too long. No, because again, there's a dog behind me. Hi, Daisy. You are directly behind me, like in a position where I wasn't touching her, but I was less than an inch away. What if I want to go out and hand and put another smaller plane of warm water on top? I could do that. I'm imagining the logistics. I'm thinking, would it have to? I want to do that, but I'm also noting that it's 1900 right now, and I kind of just want to see where we're at and pop it in the oven and see what happens. If I'm being really, really like brutally honest about it. Broccoli says flirting with people is weird. It is, especially when you don't realize what's happening, and you're just so. And then we're like, hey, and we're like, what? Could always, yeah. I think that's what's happening here. I just got to get it in the oven. What are we up to temperature-wise, though? Let's see if there's a any improvement. Jordy, welcome in. All right. Oh, we're up to 60. We're up to 60 degrees inside, so it's almost room temperature. It's the temperature of a very cold room. I'm just going to go for it. That's like, what else can you do? I could wait. I could put a frozen pizza in the oven and wait and bake this and then have it tomorrow. But I'm kind of curious what happens, honestly. I'm going to wash my hands real quick before I get all up in this with my hands. My sense is it's probably not going to stretch as far as I want it to, and it's definitely not going to rise as much. It's going to be like more of a flat situation. Hopefully it still tastes good. That's the goal, obviously. All right, but let's get this in. I just added a bunch of olive oil to this pan. Gonna flip that parchment over and let it stick, and then we'll grease the other side again. I'm gonna take this dough, almost got water in there. Oh wow, that rose again quite a bit actually. That I knocked that down, and that's higher than it was when I deflated it. So I don't know. Profit? Oh man. There is some little dry spot of flour at the bottom of this too. That it's going to bake and it'll be fine. Okay, but let's spread it out and do what we can. Everything's fine, right? Today it's a flatbread day. We're going to have flatbread. It's delicious.
Idea what I'm doing.
I do not know what I'm doing. I do know what I'm doing. I have an idea. I have an idea of a plan, and we're getting there. I'm adding a little olive oil here so that I've got less stickiness. Yeah, and this is just basically not going to rise as much, right? Which is, again, fine. Not ideal, but fine. Okay, so we're out into the corners. At least its elasticity is good. Like I'm moving it and it's kind of staying where I'm moving it. So I like that. Let's add the toppings here. Isn't there a microwave trick? Yeah, there is probably. I was sort of just working. I just kind of did what I thought might work a little bit. And the dough is warm-ish. It's almost room temperature, so it could be worse. Okay, let's do this. I want to top this with onion, which I can now just turn off on the stove, and we'll bring that over to the counter. You know the cast iron pan's on low heat, and you can grab it with your hand after it's been on the stove for 2 hours. That's when you know it's the right heat for caramelizing, because it's not hot enough to burn you. All right, this is really pretty fantastic, no? For the sake of completion here, let's just look and see what it says. Preheat the oven, sprinkle over the dough. Press straight down, create dimples, yep. Okay, all that. Bake for 25 to 30 minutes. Okay, easy. I'm gonna add chicken to a little bowl here. I don't know if I'm gonna use all this chicken, so I don't want to put pesto on all of it. Because if I don't need to use all of it, I won't. We're going to take some pesto and put that in. Yeah, I left the dough by drying. I put it on the, I put it in a bowl with warm to hot water and added, put the bowl of the dough in that, and then I put that on the oven. Not on, but like on the stove rather. And the oven is on, so there's a lot of like ambient heat on top there. So hopefully, I don't know, we'll see. The worst thing that happens is it stays this flat and it's flat bread. The best thing that happens is it rises in the oven, or it bakes and grows a little bit in the oven. Lois, hello. How goes the dough? Well, the dough is out and in the pan now. We've kind of made it to that point. I don't know if you were here, but I had left. I was supposed to take the dough out of the refrigerator, basically at the beginning of stream, and I didn't do that. So I did a little triage and put it in a big bowl of water, and hopefully that helped some. I don't know. So I'm adding chicken to the top of this. This is pesto. Chicken mixed with pistachio pesto from recent weeks. Been in the pistachio world pretty enthusiastically. I don't even need all the chicken that I put the pesto in. Great. I'm assuming this isn't going to rise too much, so I feel like I'm also not super worried about how much topping I'm putting on here. All right, pesto chicken is on. Let's add a little bit of the Havarti cheese. So it did rise a second time. It just didn't rise for as long as it says it needed to. And the process of the second rise in the recipe itself is that you leave it in a ball and let it rise like in a ball, and then at the very end you press it out and move it. So I'm kind of hoping that maybe that like hot water bath was helpful, and that it may still, because it did rise, like it rose back to what it had been at when I got it out of the fridge before I deflated it. So we'll see. We'll see. And get some of these caramelized onions in here. So we're going to get this in the oven. Here's what's going to happen. We get this in the oven. I'm going to check the ice cream, because that's going to be 15 minutes here in about 3 minutes. And then once we do that, I'll package up the rest of this stuff. We'll get the sauce off the stove and ready to eat. And then at that time, we should be ready to check the bread. Okay. Before we do any of that, we're going to take our what I think is our last break of stream. What I hope to be the last break of stream. We'll play some words on stream. I'm going to finish with the sync, and then we'll get moving. All right, so let's do a little more olive oil on top. Get my hands in here, and I was going to add a little more pesto to the top, but I think we're good. Actually, no, I'm going to add like just a couple like dollops, small like dollops of pesto. This is pretty oily, and it will spread just a little bit as it's cooking. And even if it doesn't, it's okay. It'll just be like.
I'm in danger. You're gonna be popular.
Always muted with dirty hands. That's how it goes. That microphone is... This microphone doesn't have any battery left. Really, like that... this was fully charged at the beginning of the stream, which was 4 hours ago, and it's dead. Not great. Okay. We're going to take a quick break. During break, I'm going to manage some dishes. So we'll be back in just a few moments here. For those of you who are unfamiliar, we take a break, we play words on stream. I run 3 minutes worth of ads on Twitch. Please feel free to hang out during that time. When we come back, we're going to check the ice cream. All right, here comes a game of words on stream. Here comes 3 minutes of ads on Twitch. You can subscribe or you can wait. Those are your options. Chat soon.
Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Okay. Oh. The fucking focaccia saga. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna like highlight that part of the recipe because I've definitely done that before. I feel like I've forgotten that second rise before, but I think I feel like I did it on stream, but I caught it like right at the beginning of stream that I hadn't gotten it out, and it was like okay because there was, 2.5 hours worth of time otherwise. Dill. Okay. So while that focaccia is baking, we're going to clean up. We're going to put the sauce in containers for serving. I'm going to do our cookie club drawing. Fellas, enjoy your lure. Wow, I didn't even see that last one end. Missing it today, y'all. Dropping the ball. There. Your shoes. So close with this one. This one's going quick. I don't want to jinx it. Maybe I shouldn't have said anything. Shit. Okay. So I wanted to take and put some of these ingredients away. So let's do that also while we're wrapping up here. All right, if you are on Twitch experiencing an ad, you should be back now. Welcome. Thank you for your patience. If you are on YouTube, thank you for your patience. All right. Last guesses, y'all. Get them in. Done. Very nice. Very, very nice. Congrats. Congrats on a completed board. All right, we're back. I'm just still cleaning up a little bit here. Just saying about YouTube, like if you're watching on YouTube, thanks for your patience. I saw a streamer, there was someone streaming in food and drink today. That was as YouTuber. And it's always wild when a YouTuber pops into like the food and drink category, because usually those folks are YouTuber or like a TikToker, right? Who have like a huge audience on TikTok, and they drive a lot of people to like come watch on Twitch, and it's just fascinating. There was a guy who was streaming today who was a YouTuber who has like a couple million subscribers or whatever. He had like 1,800 people. Or at one point there was like 4,000 people watching this stream, and he was streaming in food and drink, and I was like, wow, that's not normal. Like nobody has that number there's like nobody with that size audience who regularly streams in the food and drink category. Like, no offense. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is there a streamer who regularly gets over 1,000 viewers average in food and drink? I don't think so. Like the largest food and drink streamer that I could point to, who's like regularly that high up in the category, over 1,000 followers or 1,000 like concurrent viewers, is like Cake Jumper. I know Trisha is a Birdie often has a lot of people, but I was like shocked because the thing said, like, you know how you can see in the category and it says like how many people are watching the category, not just like an individual stream, and there was like 10,000 people watching food and drink, and I was like, what? That's not normal. That's very not normal. But it was like half of it was like one person. Okay, let's check this ice cream real quick. This ice cream has been in here for 21 minutes. So I'm gonna turn it, it's literally unplug it. No, not close yet. Okay, this has to go for longer. I'm going to add a little more ice. We'll add a little bit more salt in here. Are they a normal food and drink streamer or doing a sub roll? No, they're a YouTuber. They do like primarily YouTube content. And I guess from what I could gather, I watched the stream for a while. He was great. It was really entertaining. Like I get exactly why his channel is popular on YouTube. He was very funny and engaging and interesting. But from what I gather, he just does like streams regularly, but like not. It's like I don't know. It's like every couple weeks or something. I forget. I like look through the videos and like just the cadence of videos was like every other. I don't know, every couple of weeks. I would tell you what their name is if they are still live. They're not. And I forget. I forget. Let's see. I just recently followed them. I'm wondering if they're like high up on my following list. Anyway, it was just wild to see like someone in the food and drink category streaming with not like 4,000 viewers. So I was like, this is no one in this category gets that many viewers. Yeah, it was this. Yeah, it was this guy. Hold on, I'll post a link in the chat.
Got all the pizza ovens going. Is that a massive bucket of sauce?
Yeah,
I don't know if he's doing anything.
Instant, a gaming streamer usually has a ton of viewers on their live stream. Same with Casio. Yeah, it's kind of wild. There's.
7, 6.
What the hell is that sound? Where is that coming from?
3, 2, 1. No.
Oh, sorry, I left the tab open. I always find it wild when someone jumps into the food and drink category and like isn't normally in here. And it's I love it. I appreciate it because they're using the category appropriately when they're cooking, even though they're not usually like a cooking streamer. Evil Marksman, hello. Your marinara secrets. Garlic, onion, tomato paste, salt, pepper, Jersey fresh crushed tomatoes, and thyme. Like Time. Never heard of him. Oh, that guy? Never heard of him. I haven't either. YouTube's a big place. I mean, there's lots and lots of people with millions of followers, and you just, that's how it goes. All right, ice cream is going. It was in there for 21 minutes. Now I just started a count up timer. I'm just kind of looking at it now. You can see it. Once it starts getting thicker, it's easier to tell. Like, you can see it like coming up in size. Okay, I'm gonna add a little bit more ice and a little more salt to this. Okay, a little more salt first. The salt just makes it cold. And it has about 13 minutes left in that focaccia. All right. I don't think I need to add more ice to this actually, because the ice is like up to here and the actual cream in the thing is only up to like here. So I don't think adding more ice is going to do anything to better this. I could be wrong. Let's take a look at this focaccia. Oh yeah, we're rising though. It's rising. It's rising. Maybe. Maybe we got it. Maybe we did it. All right, I'm gonna clean up this counter just a little bit. Waiting. So here's what we're doing. We're waiting for the ice cream to finish. I'm clearing up the counter. We're waiting for the ice cream to finish and the focaccia in the oven to finish. We're heating up and cooling down. I'm gonna clean up the counter. I'm going to put the sauce in some bowls. Then we're going to do our cookie club drawing. So we'll do the drawing before like the big food reveals. Okay. That way, because it's just like I can do that now, and it'll be just the right amount of time. Let's see if I can make that focaccia go. Speaking of going, let's see if I can put that in a little window here. Actually, I don't need the overhead view anymore, so let's do. Hold on, bear with me. This. Yeah, there it is. There it is in the oven. Doing whatever it's gonna do. Once the ice cream is finished, where are my cups for packaging? Here they are. Once the focaccia is finished, where is that gonna go? That's gonna go on the counter. I do not need a cutting board anymore. I don't need to cut anything on the cutting board. Maybe we'll use it for a picture if things turn out well. Just clean it up a little bit. Tidying, always tidying. Pour the warm water from that big bowl into all the stuff that's soaking in the sink. All right, containers for the dip. No, I'm not going to put that dip in the containers yet because it'll just cool. It'll get too cold. But let me test it first. See if it needs any salt, pepper, whatever. Shockingly enough, it does. Okay, this is the part where I want to add a little bit of like other stuff. Let's add some dill. Let's add a little bit of red pepper. Where is the red pepper? There it is. We're going to add a little bit of dill. I love dill. Add a little bit of crushed red pepper. Not a ton. Not enough that you're like, oh, that's hot, but enough that you're like, there's crushed red pepper in that. And that's it. I think that'll be it. Yeah. And salt. Right. I did just needed salt. Okay. About 9 minutes. 9 minutes left on the focaccia, and that'll be 25 minutes. That's the low end of the timing. On the ice cream that's been in there for 26 minutes now. So I'm just kind of keeping an eye on it. Yeah, it's definitely starting to thicken now. I can see it. I can see that it's higher on one side of the partition than the other. So like the way that it's churning, it's rising on one side, and I can see that starting. Breaking up the ice. Yeah, that's just about there. Okay. Sauce is good. I'm going to add like just the most littlest amount of water to this because it's very thick. Do I have any stock in here? Do I have any liquid that would be better than water? Lemon juice? No. Barbecue sauce? No. Mustard? No. No. No, I do not. And I don't have any need. I'm not going to add like beer or any of that. I don't have any liquid bouillon. I could add like a bouillon cube to this and a little bit of the garlic bouillon. But I'm quite literally going to add about a 1/4 cup of water here just to like loosen this up ever so much. I might add just a touch more. White wine. Ooh, Tatsu, that sounds great. Hold on. How about a little bit of white cooking wine? Or sherry. Ooh, a little bit of sherry. Cooking sherry. There we go. Just like that much. Like 2 tablespoons worth. Oh, but what did you use the white wine on? Mushroom cream and pappardelle. Ooh, that sounds amazing. I love anything with mushrooms and pasta. All right, so this is good, and I'm just gonna let this sit on the burner. It's just on low. It's just gonna continue to like stay warm. Let's check this ice cream now. This has been in here for 29 minutes. So we're getting there. Still not quite there yet. It's not quite soft, the consistency of soft ice cream. Now, all right, and it's not got a lot of ice crystals in it either. So it's cooling slow, and it's coming along. But maybe I think this just needs more time. Okay. We'll move that off to the side, and we'll let that go. Let's give that another, let's see, what did I say we're at? 29 minutes. Let's give this another 6 minutes before we check it. That'll be 35. Right? Yeah. Okay. 35 minutes. The focaccia is in the oven. That has 5 minutes left. Well, I'm sorry YouTube chat is not working for you. I do not know why. My only advice would be the age-old, like, turn it off and turn it back on again. So, like, unsubscribing and then subscribing again. It did work. Someone else said hi on YouTube earlier today, so I do know that it is possible. Testing. I see. Scene. All right. I do believe that this focaccia is coming along. I'm going to do something that it doesn't say to do, and I'm going to rotate it. I'm going to just rotate that so that the hottest part of my oven is closer to the part that hasn't quite risen yet. And that is very much not in focus. Okay. Oh, that's in focus. Let's go look in. There you go. All right. Yeah, I would just say I would try. Honestly, I don't know why. That's a weird one. Because I didn't change anything. And you've been chatting on YouTube already. So I'm not sure if I could do anything to change it. I could change the setting about the timing, but honestly, I don't really want to do that because it's there for a reason. Broccoli hot and sour soup, nice. $200 favorite. Okay, baking until the underside is golden and crisp. Remove the pans from the oven and transfer to a cooling rack. Transfer the focaccia to a cooling rack, it says. Are you supposed to take it out of the pan to put it on the cooling rack? I don't ever remember this. I always just leave it in the pan. But what do I know? Do you all want to do a cookie club drawing? I feel like we're like just about there. But I've got 2 minutes left on that focaccia, so I want to maybe we wait. I'm gonna wait for the focaccia timer. I'm gonna wait for the ice cream timer. When those two go off, because I don't want to stop doing the drawing in the middle of it. I want to go through. This is starting to look good. Haley, welcome in on YouTube. Hello. Twinderella, there you are. I knew the hot and sour soup would pique your interest. I love hot and sour soup. I find it so weird to eat though. It's like really disorienting to eat for me. There's something about it that it keeps me guessing the whole time. I don't know. Like my brain doesn't like the idea of sour and anything else. And so I find it confusing. It is like a bat signal. It's true. Sure. All right. Focaccia has 30 seconds left on it. I think we're going to need just a little bit more time, but not much, because it's looking really good, honestly. And I'm going to put it in for more time because it might rise just a little bit more. One corner of it didn't rise. That front left corner, if you're looking at the screen here, you see how it sort of like falls off. It just hasn't risen at all, but the rest of it did. So I don't know what happened there. Maybe I like pressed it too much, or I don't know. Who knows? But let's check that. And I feel like I'm probably just going to want to put it in for another 5 minutes, but it seems like it's coming along better than I thought it would. So that's nice, right? All right, there's the focaccia, and it's looking all right. So it's not looking as bubbly. We got like one good bubble on there. Yeah, I got like one good bubble on here. Bread is golden. Bottom, it looks pretty good, honestly. Like I'm gonna give this like 2 more minutes, and then maybe 3 more minutes. We'll pop it out. But it's looking way better than I was expecting it to turn out. So that's nice. There will be food for dinner. Exactly. That is deeply accurate. All right. So I just set a quick timer for the focaccia. The timer for the ice cream just went off, so let's check that again. I think that most of the issue is just that I didn't do the second rise. Like, I should have taken the focaccia out of the oven at the very beginning of stream, right? And I didn't. So I had to do sort of like a quick proof with a big bowl of hot water, which is not ideal. Not preferred, not ideal, but it's sort of where we were at today. Okay, so this is just about there. I want to give this just a few more minutes. Honestly, what I want to do is I want to scrape down the edge inside of here. Let me see if I can give you an actual like look at this. Hold on. I think I have a zoom set up that will hit this. Yeah, there we go. So ice cream is looking good. I'm just scraping down the inside of the container because I have a little bit of buildup around the edge. And what I want to mix this again. What I'd like is for that buildup around the edge to sort of reincorporate with the rest of it. And once that's done, yeah, cantaloupe, Sarah. Once that is sort of reincorporated, this should be the right consistency, because right now, like, you can't really tell, but it is sort of sticking where it's sticky. It's like super close to being thin, at least texturally. So let's give that another 3 minutes or so. Yeah, I got 3 minutes left on the focaccia. I got 3 minutes left on the ice cream, and then they should be good. I'll take the focaccia out. We'll put it on a cooling rack. We'll do the cookie club drawing, then we'll cut the focaccia and see how it goes. Right? Sarah says, it's the big idea of mixing cantaloupe puree with cream. Basically, yeah. I mean, you make an ice cream base. This one was egg yolks and sugar, which you temper with some milk, hot milk. Then you add the egg yolks and sugar back into the milk. You add that mixture to a not half and half, heavy cream. You don't heat the heavy cream, it's just half and half heavy cream. And then you add vanilla, you cool that down, and then at the end, right before you put it in here, you add cantaloupe puree or juice or whatever. Dana, welcome in. It's good to have you. Hello. I hope you're doing well. Dana, I was thinking about you today, not just because I saw Robbie in stream earlier, but I was thinking otherwise. You crossed my mind today, so it's very prescient that you're here. Welcome in. Good to have you. Let me also, I'm getting, today's been a day, but hopefully we're going to stick the landing. Wolf Mom, welcome in. Hello. Liz, thank you for the shout out. Appreciate you. It's good to be here. It's good to have you here. Friends who just joined us, welcome. Friends who are hanging out already. Dana's Kitchen is a fellow food and drink streamer. We were talking about other friends in the category, and Dana is certainly one of those. Someone who I've met in real life more than once, and is a really nice person, good streamer, good follow. If you enjoy what you're seeing here, you will definitely enjoy Dana's stream as well. For friends who just joined us, thank you. Welcome. There are no alert follows here, so if you're just like one of those folks who's like, please don't perceive me, don't worry, you can hit follow and nothing will happen. Unless you chat and then say hi and, identify yourself, and then then I'll say hi to you. But otherwise, enjoy your lurk if you're a lurker. Dana, if you are cleaning up, which I imagine maybe you are. Understood. My name's Lou. It's nice to have you. Typically, this is a food stream, which is what we're doing today. Mostly we do dinners here, vegetable forward family meals. Tonight, I'm making a focaccia bread. It's coming out of the oven in just a few moments, and making some ice cream. I also made a dip for the focaccia that's on the stove. And so my timer went off, which means focaccia's done and my ice cream's done. So y'all are here right on time. Megabytes, welcome in. Insert raid message. Understood. I would love some guac, Dana. Any time and always the answer to that question is yes. All right, let's get the bread out of the oven first. So first thing, we get that out. This needs to just not chill, but it needs to rest for just a little bit. The recipe says remove the pan from the oven and transfer the focaccia to a cooling rack. Do you suppose that means that we take the focaccia out of the pan and put that on the cooling rack? Or do we put the whole thing on a cooling rack? I think I've always just put the whole thing on a cooling rack. But feel free to let me know your thoughts. All right, here's the focaccia. It's coming out. So much guac. What did you make? What preceded all of this guacamole making? Right, Liz says there's never too much guac. Right, there's just not enough people. Or not enough chips. Maybe that's the right one. Not enough chips. Okay, finished with that camera for today. All right, this is good. Not enough stomach, right? Take the bread out and put the empty beer. Well, I think you're joking. I think I'm supposed to take the bread out of here so that it doesn't sit in the oil. That's my take. I've never done that before, but in lieu of doing things for the first time today and maybe the wrong things, not in lieu, in the spirit of doing potentially the wrong thing, I'm going to take it out. Well, because I think if the crispy bottom is what you're going for, and letting it sit in the pan means that it's just going to sit in a bunch of oil for 10 minutes. So come on, you can do it. Yeah. Yeah, there's all that oil on the bottom of the pan, see? Well, let's see it down there. I'm going to take the parchment paper out from underneath of it too. I don't need... There we go. All right. And we'll just let that drip olive oil on the counter for the next 10 minutes. It's what it's going to do. All right. Now, focaccia's out of the oven. Let's take that hot pan off the counter, put that elsewhere, and let's tend to the ice cream now. Leave the bread as it is and put myself in the cooling rack. I'd be happy to do that. Clean the fridge and pantry stream. Nice. Ooh, congrats on your travel. I hope it's good things and elective travel as opposed to like necessary. Chicken with spicy salsa and lime crema, avocados and tomatoes and onions. That sounds like a great meal. I love that meal. I would eat that meal. I hope you have a safe trip. Yeah, Jamie, it'll steam. Exactly. Carbon steel pan for focaccia. I would love. I'd still need to proof it though. It wouldn't. It still needs to happen. Okay, this looks really great. So this is cantaloupe ice cream. UK, South France, North Italy for fun. Okay, amazing. Amazing. I was hoping it wasn't something like, you know, a close family member needed palliative care or something of that nature, which is, you know, a great reason to go on any trip, but not always the most ideal scenario. Okay, so cantaloupe ice cream. I'm putting it in these little pint containers, but it's looking good. It's thick. It is thick like ice cream is supposed to be. It is not, as far as I can tell visually, it doesn't have a lot of like, it's not very crystalline visually. So that's a good thing because we're trying to avoid like crystal buildup, crystals. That is really good though. Okay. Put the cooling rack on a cooling rack. Well, I do have two. We could do. That is a suggestion that is within the realm of possible. Okay, let's make sure I've got like the consistency is all good. Okay, everything's mixed. Everything's mixed. Can we do this? So this is absolutely the consistency of soft ice cream, which is also what we're going for. So looks pretty good. Let's do one. I don't know how much this expands, if at all. How much more it expands, if at all, once it freezes completely. So I'm not going to fill it completely to the top. We're just going to get it almost there. Oh, Todd, are you on mobile? I wonder if it has something to do with mobile. It could. It could very well be a mobile thing. I don't know if I have any options enabled or disabled for mobile chat. I'm being honestly. I'm sorry that you're having difficulty. I know that that's frustrating. It's frustrating when technology doesn't just work. Because at this point, we're past the point of like, oh, that's an easy fix. All right. We're good. Okay. Okay, stop. That's excellent. So I've got 2 full pints from there. These are going to be the gifted pints. Right, pause. I want to put plastic wrap on this and not the lids. Right. So we're going to put plastic wrap on top of this and just press it down onto the top of the ice cream so that we don't get ice crystals. So put that on there. Let's put the lid like gently on there just so that it's available but not yeah, Sarah, that is a setting that I set up, but Darla's been subscribed on YouTube and has chatted on YouTube before. Like it's there's some sort of ghost in the matrix. At least that's my professional opinion is I don't know why, but it should work. You should. Okay, these can just go directly into the freezer like that. Make sure that plastic is covering. We're covering. Good. Let's cover this one. So these cantaloupe ice creams are for one of Calvin's karate instructors. Daisy is in the living room just losing her mind. Our neighbor's dog is outside and is barking, and she's just like feeling compelled to contribute to the conversation in some capacity. Daisy, stop! Stop it! They don't need your input. Shh, stop it! Stop! You're being annoying. They know you don't like them. Leave them alone. Yeah. Spring fever. Jamie, people have spring fever. Now is the time, and if you live in like a city or something like that, where there's like, you know, and I don't want to be a downer, but now's the time when like violent crime starts to go up because everyone's back outside and is in like a feisty mood. All right, we can turn the oven off. And I think that applies to animals too. They feel the spring coming on and they get a bit agitated. Okay. Has it been 10 minutes? Has the focaccia been out of the oven for 10 minutes? We need to do a cookie club drawing. Shit. Let's do that. Let's do that while we're waiting for the focaccia. Okay. We made it, y'all. The focaccia looks good. The sauce is done. I'm ready to put on plates. I'm only an hour behind where I thought I was going to be. All right, let's do a cookie club drawing. Hey, cookie club. If you're familiar with Cookie Club, you know that now is the time that you are very shortly here should be getting ready to say hi in chat if you are pulled out. You don't need to be present in chat to win, but the last entry is someone who is present in chat. So, Cookie Club, Daisy, please stop barking. Come here. Come here. Come on. Come up here. Leave that dog alone. Cookie Club, for those of you who are unfamiliar, is a monthly drawing that we do for folks who are in chat regularly, folks who are in the Discord, folks who are just part of the community. You there's a bunch of ways. So we do basically a drawing at the end of the month. You get entries throughout the month. You can get multiple entries. So there's plenty of people who have their names in here multiple times. How do you get entries? How do you get your name in here? Let's answer that question real quick. You actually go back. What happens if your name gets pulled out of here? If your name gets pulled out of here, you have a couple options. You get either a $5 credit to the merch store, which you can stack. If you win 3 months in a row, that's $15 worth of credit. If you got the credit the other 3 months. Anyway, you can stack them. You don't need to use it all at once. So you could save up and get, 20, whatever, however many dollars you can save. You can get a gift sub to this channel or any channel for yourself or for someone else. You can also get cookies. I make them on stream. I seal them. I vacuum seal them on stream. So you can see that you see them get made and you see them get sealed up, and I send them to whatever address you provide me to send them. It doesn't need to be your house. Doesn't, it could be wherever. You trust me to send you cookies with the address to send you cookies, and I will send you cookies. That's how it works. Or you can get something that doesn't require that type of trust to go back and forth. Anyway, if you are inclined to get entries, you can get entries in a bunch of different ways. You can pay for an entry, which is you can subscribe to the channel. You can gift a sub. Any multiple of 500 bits is an entry. So 1,000 bits is 2 entries. Any donation of $5 or more, multiply that as well. If you purchase something from the wish list, if you purchase something from the merch shop, $5 worth of value, entry to Cookie Club. That's how you can pay. You can't just pay to get cookies. You can be a tier 3 subscriber. And we have a couple of those, and I send them cookies every month. You can get other entries for free though. You can also get more entries if you're a tier 2 subscriber. Being a tier 2 subscriber doubles your entries. Just out of the gate, doubles your entries. So if you're a tier 2 subscriber and you do nothing but subscribe, you have 2 entries, not 1. How do you get free entries? You get free entries by checking in. Every time you check in a multiple of 20, that's an entry. You can redeem a channel point redemption for it. If you hang out here enough and you chat, there's a channel point redemption for, I think it's 5,000 points. You can do that 3 times per month. Every clip that you create, if you create a clip from the stream, that's a Cookie Club entry. That's probably the easiest thing you can do to get an entry. You can raid the channel. So if you raid, we had a Dana's Kitchen raid today. We had a Lizzie Bits and Bites raid today. So both of those folks got Cookie Club entries for this coming month. You can level up in Discord. You can recruit a raid. Yeah. And if you sponsor a Cookie Club, which is $50, you get cookies that month as well. Sponsoring helps with ingredients and postage. Let's get to it. In this bowl, we have all of the names of people who earned entries in March, whether they were free or paid or whatever. There are a couple people who are guaranteed cookies this month. Lemon, a Recipe Reborn, for being a subscriber for 6 months, and Scuba Cat 22 for being a subscriber for 18 months. We also have our tier 3 subscribers who get cookies without needing entries in the bowl. Everyone else, your name's in here. I'm going to pull 10 names from this bowl. You don't need to be present to win, so it doesn't really matter if you're here or not. But at the end of that, I'm going to pull 1 additional name, and that will be someone in chat. If it's not someone currently in chat, we're going to pull another name until we get someone in chat. So that's how it works. Are we all ready? That was rhetorical. Let's get going. This is our March Cookie Club. I don't know what the cookies are for Cookie Club this month, so just FYI. All right. For being a subscriber, just Jamie. Jamie, this was actually the folks that are tier 2 subscribers. I note the entry that I doubled. This was just a straight up entry for being a subscriber. Not a doubled one, just plain, clean. For 100 check-ins, for their 100th check-in this month, drink more, cook less. Robbie, you've been checking into stream super regularly. I know you came through with the raid. I don't know if you're still hanging out, but I appreciate you, and I'm really glad to see your name come out for a 100th check-in. That is always lovely. I hope he shares. Dana, I hope so too. And again, he does not need to be present to win, so that's the way it goes. Oh, hey, congrats. Being a subscriber. The Carly Mags. Carly, congratulations if you are here. For being a subscriber, long-term subscriber, Luke Skywalker. If you're here lurking, congrats. And if you're not here lurking, you're not hearing this right now, but I'm going to message you on Discord. Or Twitch. I forget. Some folks message on Discord, some folks I get on Twitch. It doesn't really matter. I'm going to message you either way. For being a subscriber, Misfit Ghoul. Lurks. That's a good one. And oh man, that's a good one. Congrats. Always good to see your name. Always good. I'm a prolific lurker myself. She's not here. She's working her second job right now. But Take Me Through the Gate is our 6th winner. Kathy, I know I know you're not here right now. But I know that you were excited to have an entry this month, and I'm glad that I pulled your name. For rating the channel, GoPro Slow Yo. GoPro Slow Yo. Rating the channel twice this month, in fact. If I recall correctly. If I pull someone's name out a second time, that doesn't mean they get more cookies. It just means that we draw someone different. A legend. Hell yeah. I love that. I love seeing folks who have rated. Head of Broccoli for gifting a sub. For gifting a sub to Beep Boop Beth. In fact, another chat regular. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I have 2 more regular entries. 2 more entries that do not require presence. For check-ins, just Jamie. We can't count that one again. So, for being a subscriber, Lord Velos. Velos, I don't know if you're still hanging around, but I'm pretty sure I know what you want from this one. Catch up with you in the Discord or Twitch chat or wherever. Okay, we have one more entry that is to make our 10. I cannot, that is someone else who's been called. Luke Skywalker, thank you for the tip this month. I appreciate it. I just pulled your name for that one too. Jamie says, I'll take cookies with message if you need. I got you. Thank you. I do like to message. I generally message, but like if you're telling me that now, I will remember that. For creating a clip, Double S Loco. For clips. Okay. Now, if you're in chat and you're lurking, if you're AFK, as the kids say, now's the time. If you know that you have an entry in here, now's the time, because I'm going to call a name, and if you are here, or if I know that you've been here in chat, or like, I don't have a list of who's in chat and lurking. I only know who has said hi in chat. If I call your name and you've been lurking and you want to continue lurking, feel free. I'll call someone else. But if I call your name, you have a moment or two before I give up and call another name. So get ready. Here we go. Oh, darling, YouTube isn't installing. Oh my God. Now you can't even get YouTube back. I'm really sorry. Oh my God. Okay. Savory Sailor. Savory Sailor, our favorite boat mariner. Savory Sailor, are you in chat today? Are you lurking? Or are you at sea? Savory Sailor has told us before that they live on a boat, which is super cool. The name tracks. Okay, I do not think Savory Sailor is in chat right now. Is Handlebar II in chat for being a subscriber? Savory Sailor for being a subscriber too. We actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 folks this month are for subscribing. Usually it's not that many. All right, Handlebar, are you in chat? It does not seem like you are in chat right now. You have not chatted today, so I'm assuming you're not. We're moving along. Angry Rook. The Angry Rook. Are you in chat? I heard you were here. Not heard. I saw your name earlier. I know that you were here. Often that happens too. Angry Rook, we'll give you a couple moments here to chime in. Otherwise, we're going to move on. All right, you got 5, 4, Angry Rook, 3, 2 is the number of rooks in the game of chess. Unclear how many of them are angry. 1, 0. Okay, pulling another name. Already pulled that name. That was for gifting a sub. Hedda Broccoli gifted a bunch of subs this month, so their name is in here several times. Okay, another one that got pulled today. See, what happens is if you gift a bunch of subs, or you tip at a rate that's more than a few dollars, and you're a tier 2 subscriber, you get a lot of entries. Vicariously through you, welcome in. I'm here, and we're happy to have you. That one is the same one as the last one I pulled out. Like I said, if you're a tier 2 and you gift a bunch, that's how it goes. All right. Alex Phoenix Dog. Mix, are you still hanging around? Mix, are you still in chat? Have you departed for lands beyond, like dinner time / bedtime? Mix,
are you here?
Are you here? I don't think so, which is okay. Sometimes they're not. There's no attendance policy. Mix going once, going twice. For being a subscriber, Beep Boop Beth, are you here? I don't think I've seen you in chat today, so I'm assuming not. We're going. This is good. We're getting down there. There's some good chances here, y'all. I know there's some folks in chat whose name is in this bowl who are just waiting. All right. Beep Boop Beth, I don't think you are here, so we're gonna go ahead and move on. Tatsu80 for being a subscriber. Tatsu, are you here? Tatsu was here earlier. Tatsu was here more recently than anyone else that I have called. Tatsu, are you still in chat? Another nail biter, I know. I know, because someone's gonna win. Someone's going to win. There's definitely folks. Tatsu, are you here still? Tatsu, you have about 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Microwave Fudge Darling. Microwave Fudge Darling, are you still in chat? I know you were here earlier. Fudge Darling also had their 100th check-in this month, although this one was for being a subscriber, which is also great. Fudge Darling, are you in chat? No. Is anybody in chat? If anybody can track Fudge Darling down elsewhere on the internet, tell him to get over here. Okay, Fudge Darling, you have just another moment here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Who do we got? Fuzzy Rhino. Fuzzy Rhino is most definitely not in chat. Fuzzy Rhino, if you're here, you're not here. Okay, it's fine. Fuzzy Rhino's been a sub for a long time. Fuzzy Rhino's rarely in chat. Fuzzy, Gwen says I accept the behalf. No, that's not how it works, Gwen. Despite being a member of the squad, you do have to be in chat in the moment. I'm sorry. We can chat about it later. Fuzzy Rhino is a member of Gwen's Fortnite squad and is heavily protected. Someone who we called already. Fudge Darling, are you here? Tatsu, who else do we call who was here today? Nix was here. Angry Rook. Nope. Hey, Tatsu. You're here. Tatsu was the last name that I pulled before. Yeah, Tatsu was the last name I pulled. I'm going to go with that because Tatsu's here, is here, says they're here. And we've Tatsu, I pulled your name for Cookie Club. As the next present in chat. We've never had a scenario where someone has come back in after I've called, but I think in this case, this is allowable. I don't know. I'd have to like really check and dig into the rules. Just kidding. There aren't any that aren't already published. There's no secret rules. So I think we're good. I think Tatsu, by virtue of being here and saying that they're here, if anyone protests that, honestly, if anyone's like, hey, you can't do that, you shouldn't do that, DM me on Discord. Like, just if it's like, if you're feeling put off by that, I don't know, your house, your rules, right? But it is everyone's Cookie Club. I don't, I want to make sure things are fair. I think that's fair. I feel a sense of fairness around that. Marianne, hello. And Gwen, we can chat about Fuzzy. Okay, we can chat about Fuzzy. Okay, Cookie Club winners this month. Our 10 names from the drawing are Just Jamie, Drink More, Cook Less, The Carly Mags, Luke Skywalker, Misfit Ghoul, Take Me Through the Gate, GoPro Slow Yo, Head of Broccoli, Lord Velos, and Double S Loco 10. Our next present winner from chat, our present in chat to win entry is Tatsu80, and I don't know what the cookies are. I'll be reaching out to all of y'all in the next day or two. It makes it a lot easier for me to do that if you are in Discord. If you're not in Discord, I'm going to message you on Twitch, which is a terrible messaging platform. So I encourage you not to use it for messaging. Okay, let's cut up this focaccia and get to it. Okay. Winners are in this little container with the lid, of course. All right, menu, dinner is focaccia. Focaccia bread. It has chicken, pesto, Havarti, caramelized onion, and it also has a red sauce. The red sauce is tomato paste. Garlic, onion, tomato paste, crushed tomatoes, dill, red pepper, salt, pepper, olive oil. I know it's bedtime, Gwen. I got it. Okay. Can you text Calvin, who is most certainly still online, that it is that he can come down for dinner? Are you able to do that? Or I'll just yell upstairs, either way. Okay. Focaccia is good. I'm actually going to cut this with a knife. Pizza cutter looks a little bit does not look up to the task. Okay. I hear footsteps. Does Havarti melt nicely? It does, actually. Okay, try it now. Welcome. It does. It melts really well. Havarti is one of my favorite sandwich cheeses for that reason. This recipe that I'm making, or not the recipe necessarily, but all the toppings on this focaccia are inspired by a favorite sandwich of mine, which includes melted Havarti. So it is like a good, it's definitely a good like cheese. Jamie, thank you. I'm always open for ideas. I appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your evening. But yeah, any ideas? I'm open to it. I'm not always gonna do it, but I will listen. Okay, we're just getting some red sauce together for the rest of the fam, because they're about to come downstairs. So let's get these little bowls together. This is just, again, tomato paste, crushed tomatoes, garlic, and onion are the main like flavor components in here. That's dinner. Well, uninstalling YouTube didn't make any difference. Oh no. It might make your mental health better if you leave it uninstalled for a while. But focaccia came along pretty well. I mean, that from a how much did it rise standpoint, that's pretty good. I think we did all right. Jamie, thank you for the resub at tier 2 for 12 months. What crap. Jamie, I appreciate you. Thank you. Beautiful liftoff. Yes. It said subscribe for 12 months. It said like in advance. I don't know if you, I think it just does that every time you like, every month you do the thing. 16 months is a long time. That was pretty good. All right, let's get this on the plate for everyone else. Gwen, Calvin, here's your dinner. Gwen, here's your dinner. All right, we did good. Yeah, it did. It has a nice rise to it. It seemed okay. I think we could have been better. What do you need, Callie?
What?
What do you need? Okay.
Poppy, what do you want?
Okay. Let me get it. You're like in the screen. What variety do you want? Grape? Gwen, what do you want? Lemon lime? Okay. Orange it is. Orange? You can have either one. I don't care. You said you wanted grape. Mom said anything. All right. This is really good. Okay. despite messing up the second rise of this, or rather ignoring it entirely, this is really good. The extra proofing time in the bowl in the warm water worked well enough, I think. I love it. What temp and for how long did I bake it? I baked it at 425 for 30 minutes. And then you let it cool for 10 on the counter.
Huh. This isn't bad for something that us.
So pretty straightforward. Tati says, for a sec, I thought they were adding grapes and oranges to the focaccia. No, just the poppy order. POPPI, your probiotic soda replacement scenario that we
No BS.
we always have on hand in the house, unless I don't buy it, in which case we don't. But mostly we have it on hand. Okay, let's see what we're doing today. Where are we going from here? I have 1, 2, several places we could go. 3. We're gonna stay in food and drink today, just like FYI. We're gonna stay in food and drink, and I think we are going to raid. We're gonna raid. Who are we gonna raid today? Wait. Let me look at the actual category. Food and drink category. Before we get out of here, next week I will be live. So just like, what's the schedule like? Next week we'll be live Tuesday for sure. I need to change the schedule on Wednesday on Thursday, because I'm probably not going to be live on Thursday, although it says we are. But Tuesday for sure, we'll be live. And we'll be making dinner. That's going to be a dinner time stream. I think we should go see Chef Nagin. I haven't raided Chef Nagin in a while. I haven't seen Chef Nagin streaming to raid like at the same time as me for a while either. So we're gonna go over there because I like Chef Nagin and she's a good person. So let's do that. Sofa, thank you for the raid messages in chat. I appreciate it. Let's get that raid started. There's also some social media links in chat. You can feel free to click them and find me elsewhere on the internet. Lemon bread definitely turned out very well.
Happy to do that.
Had a little bit of a rise, and it looks good.
I like how the bread is kind of.
Yeah, Tatsu, no Saturday stream this weekend, but we're gonna do either probably next weekend. I'd like to do the Southeast Asian market, which is down in FDR Park, which is on Saturday or Sunday. I don't know what day that's gonna be, but it won't be this weekend. Y'all, thank you for hanging out today. I appreciate it. For those of y'all who had an entry in Cookie Club and whose names were picked, I'll be reaching out to you this evening or next on Discord or on Twitch. And thanks for hanging out. We'll be live on Tuesday. If I don't see you on Tuesday, then maybe I'll see you in chat.
What? They can't hear me.
Can't hear. Maybe. I don't know. Grandma's just like, if I don't see you on Tuesday, then fuck off. Whatever. Have a good one, y'all. Appreciate it.